yard signs delivered to you? Okay, good. This is a fucking Alamo thing. I'm just like,
including everybody.
Hello.
Test.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Check, mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Councilman, can you hear me? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Thank you.
Mic check. 1, 2. Councilman, can you give us another 10 count? 1, 2.
Sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That work?
In the room quite a bit, so we need to make a couple of adjustments.
Okay. Okay. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check, 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 check. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check, check.
That definitely helps if you're closer. That definitely
Okay.
helps.
Okay. All right.
cuídala en tus brazos. Con tu corazón se fue mi voz y murió mi canto. Y mirando al cielo, oh Dios, yo le estoy rezando. Con tu corazón se fue mi voz y murió mi canto. Y mirando al cielo, oh Dios, cuídala en tus brazos. Con tu corazón se fue mi voz y murió mi canto. Y mirando al cielo, oh Dios, yo le estoy rezando.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our City Council A session agenda. If I could ask you all to take your seats right now, we'll go ahead and get started. Time is 9:17 a.m. on this Thursday, April 15th, 2021. And Madam Clerk, would you start a roll?
Yes, sir. Councilmember Trevino? Councilmember Andrew Sullivan?
Here.
Councilmember Villagrán?
Here.
Councilmember Rocha Garcia?
Here.
Councilmember Gonzalez? Councilmember Cabello Havrda?
So happy to be here.
Councilmember Sandoval?
Here.
Councilmember Pelaez?
Here.
Councilmember Courage?
Present.
Councilmember Perry?
Here.
Mayor Nurnberg?
Here.
Yes, sir, we have a quorum.
All right, and good morning again, everyone. I'd like to ask now Councilmember Gonzalez to kick us off by welcoming our invocator.
Thank you, Mayor. Sister Pearl Caesar, CDP, is the Superior General of the Sisters of Divine Providence of San Antonio, Texas. She was installed in this position on June 17, 2017. Sister Pearl has been a member of the Sisters of Divine Providence for 60 years. The Sisters of Divine Providence were founded in Texas in 1866 and are sponsors of Our Lady of the Lake University and Providence Catholic School in San Antonio, Texas, and Moy Retreat Center in Castroville. The Sisters of the congregation serve throughout the United States and Mexico in various ministries, such as teaching, social work, counseling, legislative work, community organizing, and pastoral work. Prior to being elected to the leadership of her congregation, Sister Pearl was executive director of Project Quest in San Antonio, Texas for 6 years. In the years prior to Quest, Sister Pearl was an organizer in the Southwest with the Industrial Areas Foundation for over 40 years. She was a lead organizer of COPS Metro Alliance when Project Quest was founded. Part of her responsibilities in organizing was supervising another 10 workforce development intermediaries initiated by the IAF organizations and modeled after Quest. Sister Pearl Caesar, CDP, this is a repeat. So thank you so much, Sister Pearl, for being with us this morning. And of course, Sister Pearl is no stranger to the council members and really no stranger to the city. Sister Pearl is also my neighbor. She just lives 1 block away from me. And in addition to her wise counsel on many different issues, especially our new Ready to Work program, Sister Pearl has been such an important mentor for so many women in San Antonio. I can remember Choco Mesa, my chief of staff, talking about the nuns and how the nuns were the first women's organization in the world. And since then, so many organizations model after the nuns. And as was so, I guess, humorous, written by Rick Casey's article, Eric, we know that you also listen to the nuns. And we all do. Part of my upbringing was also in the Catholic school system, and we learned so much from our faith. And I know Sister Pearl will share with us some words of wisdom. But on a personal note, Sister Pearl and I were at a lunch somewhere, and I had my youngest daughter, Selena, in my arms. And she says, "Who's this?" And I said, "This is my daughter." And she said, "You had another baby?" And she laughed and laughed for at least 5 more minutes. And so that was about all the words that she needed to tell me in her wisdom of motherhood. So thank you so much, Sister Pearl, for being with us this morning. She also noted to me that we have had very few women give our invocations. And last week, Councilwoman Villagran brought Sister Odelia to the dais to lead us in invocation. So in some parting words, I would like to encourage all of my colleagues the next time that you have an invocator to please make it a woman. So I will leave that with you, Sister Pearl, to give us some words of wisdom this morning.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Gonzalez, for inviting me today. I appreciate the opportunity to pray with you. Let us remember that we're in the holy presence of God. Provident God, your wisdom is beyond our understanding, yet you reveal it to us daily in our lives. Bless this council and all of us as we begin the deliberation of the business of the city of San Antonio. Enlighten us with your word and fill us with your spirit, that we may follow the path that leads us to your divine wisdom. Make us instruments of your peace. Bless us with your compassion, with your patience, joy, and peace. Help us remember the God-given dignity of all people and invite others to do the same. Open our eyes that we may see your presence each day. Show us how to build bridges and not walls. Help us to see with your eyes that unite us rather than divide us. Let us seek to understand before asking to be understood. Open our ears that we may hear your voice in unexpected places. Give us a listening heart filled with empathy and compassion. May we be clear in sharing our own positions and respectful and civil in describing those of others. Open our minds that we may understand the mystery of your love. Let us never tolerate hateful ideas. May we invite all to charity and love. Open our hearts that we may have your heart and grow in likeness to your mind and heart. Provident God, help us imitate your compassion and your wisdom. Make us an instrument of your peace. Amen. Flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you again for inviting me to be with you today.
Thank you very much, Sister Pearl. All right, the first item of business on our agenda today is the approval of the City Council meeting minutes from February 11th, February 17th, and February 18th, 2021. Is there a motion for those minutes?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion by Andrew Sullivan, second by Villagran. Any discussion? All right, hearing none, please vote.
Yes.
All right, motion carries. All right, I am very proud to welcome to the chambers this morning a very special guest. You may have all heard her name over the last few weeks, probably well before that. Kiana Williams is a point guard from Stanford University, whose team won the 2021 NCAA Women's Championship right here in San Antonio. Kiana, as you know, is a graduate of Wagner High School. And she will be entering the WNBA draft today, tonight in fact. Go ahead and stand up, Kiana. Kiana, in her most recent, in ESPN's most recent mock draft, Williams is a top 10 pick. During her NCAA title with Stanford, she led the Cardinal in scoring with 14 points per game, assists with 3.1 assists per game, and minutes played with 32.3 minutes per game. She finished with a program best 311 three-pointers in her college career. Maybe you need to be signing with the Spurs. From ESPN, Williams never missed a game during her four-year career, making 128 straight starts to finish her time on the farm among her 137 total games. She also won the silver with the United States at the Pan American Games in Lima, Peru in 2019. And recently, Kiana was interviewed by our local media outlets and was asked, what advice does she have for others with similar dreams? Her response was, run your own race and stay on your own path. Don't compare your journey to others. So it is certainly amazing to see Kiana starting her journey here at Wagner High School, go on to play in California for Stanford, and then her path leading her back to her hometown to win an NCAA championship. Kiana, San Antonio is so proud to have you back with us today to celebrate your achievements. I'm sure we'll be hearing a lot more about you in the very near future. So with great honor, I want to present this citation to Kiana Williams in honor of you leading the Stanford Cardinal to winning the 2021 NCAA Women's College Basketball Championship. You captured the title in your hometown and became the university's all-time three-point leader with a record 311. Your Stanford career of 14 points per game, 3.1 assists per game, 82 three-pointers, 128 straight starts, and never missing a game, while also majoring in science, graduating early by the way, technology and society, is a true testament of your staunch commitment and sheer determination, which is truly worthy of commendation. Now, therefore, I, Ron Nirenberg, Mayor of the City of San Antonio, and on behalf of the City Council, proudly congratulate Kiana Williams on this outstanding achievement and offer best wishes for many more years to come. Congratulations, Kiana.
Mike, okay. First, I want to thank you, Mayor, for having me, inviting my family down here. Thank you, council members, for the recognition. It's just been so crazy this past week, winning 2 Sundays ago. And I have been knowing that the Final Four was going to be in San Antonio, I think after my freshman year. But then with the pandemic, they decided to have the entire tournament here, and I was just thankful, especially knowing that my parents couldn't come see as many games as they wanted to my last year. And I just try to represent not only my family, but represent the city of San Antonio with pride. I used to get, joked on saying that I'm Kiana Williams from San Antonio, Texas. That was my entire phrase. So I'm very proud to be from San Antonio, and I just want to thank you again for having me and my family.
Thank you, Kiana. And don't go anywhere. We're going to come down there and take just a couple of pictures. But first, my colleagues would like to make a few comments as well. We'll start with Councilmember Andrew Sullivan.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Kiana, I can honestly tell you that your uncle came into the office hoarse every time you was playing. And to talk to JC and just bringing me up to speed on who you are, what you've done, and the joy that you bring to your family. To see your grandmother and her heart when you won, and to hear her speak on that Easter Sunday, we said it was nobody but God. And when you gave your interview and you used those same exact words, and we were like, it's nobody but God. The gift that God has blessed you with will take you to places that no man understands just yet. And you have an anointing for doing something and uplifting others and other young women who wonder where this can go. So thank you so much for being an inspiration to all of us. And even we as a majority female city council wanted to show our support to just you and the team and all the women who made history here in the city of San Antonio. Keep making history, young lady. Keep living in your gifts. Keep growing, keep glowing, and we are all here to support you. Thank you so much for representing the city of San Antonio so well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Andrew Sullivan. Councilmember Rocha Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. Congratulations, Kiana. And I'm just so proud to be able to say that you're from San Antonio, Texas. So keep doing that. Keep telling everybody the story of San Antonio. You are now a very important part of that. I'm really proud that you're in science. So women in science are typically not found, and so you continue to be a role model even in your career, I'm sure. And so I'm excited about your future. I'm happy that you're home, at least for a little bit, right? And so I'd hope that we could continue to build you up and maybe keep you home and keep you encouraging other girls and empowering them. And then I just have to say I love your shoes. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Rocha Garcia. Councilmember Villagran.
Kiana, congratulations to you and your entire team for a phenomenal performance. Being there at the Final Four, being able to see you all work so hard and on television and your games, it's amazing what kind of camaraderie you all have and just lifting each other up off the floor and working hard together. So congratulations, very well earned against a tough team, and you all just were incredible. And I will attest that Councilmember Andrew Sullivan was a couple of ways away, but you could hear her screaming out your name continuously, very loud. And it was such a joy to also see your family in the stands, because everybody knew where the Stanford fans were sitting. And so seeing your family in the stands yelling and screaming for you. Thank you for using your gifts and talents. Thank you for coming back and acknowledging where you come from and never forgetting where you are. We are so very proud of you. Like was mentioned, your gifts and your talents and your platform that you have and that you are going to continue to use. So you always are home here. So wherever the WNBA takes you, your home is always here. I hope you get picked first, and I hope you make lots of money. So thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Villagran. Councilmember Cabello-Haverda.
Thank you. I admit I'm a little starstruck. I've been wanting to meet you, so I'm a little nervous talking to you. But thank you for the inspiration that you serve for all young people, for women, for athletes, really for our city. I love to say that you're proud to hear that you're proud to say you're from San Antonio. I think a lot of us are. Wherever I go, I'm also Melissa Cabello-Haverda from San Antonio, Texas. Right? So I love that that's part of your title. I appreciate your hard work. I appreciate your dedication. Also that hard work and dedication of your family. When you were little, getting you to practices and all the hard work, making sure you eat before you go to practices. I know that that's very hard work. So thank you. God bless you, you and your family. And I can't wait to see the things that you'll accomplish on behalf of yourself, your family, and our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Cabello-Haverda. Councilmember Sandoval.
Congratulations. Like everybody said, we're extremely, extremely proud of you, and we're so glad to have you here in council chambers this morning. Like one of the councilwomen said, very impressive that you also majored in science and early. And I don't know why people finish college early, because it's such a wonderful time, but I can see why. You have a career waiting for you. And it's great that you have this backup career in science in case this basketball thing doesn't work out, but I have a feeling it's going to work out for you. And also really proud that you say where you're from. I also lived outside of San Antonio for a number of years of my life, and I didn't like to just say I was from San Antonio because people would confuse it with Houston later or Dallas, but most often Houston. So what I would say is I'm from San Antonio, the home of the Alamo and the Spurs, and now I might say, if I'm ever out, from San Antonio, the home of the Alamo and Kiana. So thank you for being here. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sandoval. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, true confessions, I was not paying much attention to the NCAA tournament, but we were offered tickets, and so my husband and I needed to go on a date, so we went. And what an incredible display of athleticism. And I didn't know about you and your history, but there was a warmth in the stadium for you, the crowd and the cheering. And I thought, this girl must be from San Antonio. And sure enough, we heard councilwomen in the stands cheering for you. And there was something about the enthusiasm that I just knew that this woman must be special, that you could get an entire stadium of people who've never known you to channel their energy for you, and you just gave it right back. And so what a thrill it was to be there that day, to see the incredible display of athleticism with all of your team. I walked out of there thinking, this is the best basketball game I have ever seen. And you were the star of it and the center of it. And I'm so glad to see you in person. You look like you're a beautiful person inside and out. What an honor to be with your family and to have you all in the chambers as we celebrate this incredible woman. And we look forward to hearing about you and reading about you. Don't forget about us here in San Antonio. We will welcome you with open arms whenever you're ready to come back. So thank you for making this city so proud. We needed a big victory like that here in San Antonio, and the timing was perfect, and you're the perfect person for that role. Thank you, Kiana.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Gonzalez. Congratulations, Kiana. I'll come down there with the citation, and if my colleagues would join us, we could take a real quick picture. All right, everybody watch the draft tonight. Make sure we give good karma over to Kiana. Make sure she ends up in the right place. Okay, I do have one point of personal privilege. I want to take a moment just to congratulate one of San Antonians' best known and authoritative voices on a job well done. Today, as you might know, is Liz Ruiz's last day on the job at KTSA Radio. She's wrapping up a 40-year career with the radio station. During that time, San Antonio has been appreciative of her insightful and no-nonsense reporting. Thousands of us have grown accustomed to hearing Liz deliver the latest. She's also been a welcome, appreciative presence for 40 years, covering every single type of story imaginable, including Pope John Paul's historic trip to San Antonio and public officials at every level. Liz is a member of the San Antonio Radio Hall of Fame, the San Antonio Women's Hall of Fame, and is a recipient of the San Antonio Association of Hispanic Journalists Henry Guerra Lifetime Achievement Award for Excellence in Journalism. We're going to miss hearing you, Liz, but enjoy a well-earned retirement. Thank you so much for being a fair and very welcome voice on the radio. Congratulations, Liz, to a job well done. All right, now we're going to go ahead and get into our agenda today. First, we have one item listed for individual consideration. Two items listed for individual consideration, items 4 and 5. We have a consent agenda along with zoning. Are there any items to pull for individual consideration off the consent agenda?
Item 20, please.
All right, item 20.
C13.
Z13. Whose was that? Oh, okay. All right, I also have item Z7 for Jada. Is that yours? Z7? Okay. Any others? We have items 20, Z7, and Z13, along with 4 and 5. All right, if there are no other items for individual consideration, I'll entertain a motion for the balance of the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second. All right, there's a motion by Sandoval, a second by Courage. We do have a few citizens signed up to speak on items remaining on consent. Let me start with Jack Finger. Speaking on item 5. I'm sorry, not on item 5, Jack. We'll bring you up for that one, but we do need you up here for items Z1 and Z2.
Yes, Mayor Nirenberg, are we going to do zoning right now? Do you wish me to?
That item is remaining on consent, so you can go ahead and speak on it now.
Okay, well, very good. Mayor Nirenberg and other members of our illustrious San Antonio City Council. For the record, my name is Jack M. Finger. It's been many months since we've last met in person. Did you miss me? Oh, sure you did, yes. A little bit of housekeeping. I also wish to offer my accolades to KTSA Radio's news commentator, Liz Ruiz. She has definitely done remarkable reporting in all the 40 years she's been there. She deserves every accolade she has coming. Zoning cases, a few cases I wish to bring to your attention that you're going to just pass faster than Santa's sleigh here. Z1, Z2, and Z15, all three of these deal with shoehorning little units into, big units into little spaces. Yes, and Z1, it's in Mr. Trevino's district. Yes, likewise of Z2, Mr. Trevino, and Ms. Shirley Gonzalez in your district is Z2 as well. You have 6 units in one case over there, and also in Z15, and that is, let's see if I can just open it up here. Yes, it's in, once again, Ms. Shirley Gonzalez area. Yes, that's right. Many as 15 units in the area over on. Yes, Oriental Avenue. I've been to Oriental. It's just a little street, 15 units in one little lot. Do you really want to do this? I mean, come on. Anyway, I would ask y'all to vote no. I pull these items from the consent agenda and say no to them. That's Z1, Z2, and Z15. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Finger. Speaking on item 20, we have Jeff Weiss. Is Jeff Weiss here? All right. I'm sorry, not item 20, P4. Item P4, Jeff Weiss. All right. Samantha Elam. Samantha Elam, James McKnight. Okay, thank you, James. All right, that's everyone who's signed up to speak on items remaining on consent. Let me now go to council comment. We'll start with Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to highlight item number 23, which is an ordinance approving the adoption of self-monitoring standards for the Parks and Recreations Department, Summer Youth Program, and other applicable recreation programs to comply with Texas Department of Health and Human Services regulations. This is under David McCary and Homer Garcia. Is Homer here? Can you come up, please? Homer, can you talk about some of the parks programming that we can look forward to this summer?
Yes. So this item in particular that you're highlighting is specific to our summer youth program. Beyond that, of course, we're on the path to reopening, so we're looking forward to opening pools again as well. Specific to summer youth programming, that provides a structured environment for children to be when they're out of school. Additionally, from the summer youth program and pools opening, we're going to be rolling out with our summer food program again this year. So it will be this year, 2021, for our summer food program, the largest service delivery model since we've really had that program in place, which has been more than 5 decades.
Thank you so much, Homer. And I also wanted to highlight this item to talk a little bit about our parks program. And just to thank you, Homer, and your team for all the incredible work that you all have done over the years. The parks are one of my favorite things about this city, and I know Mayor Hardberger's here. I think he's still here. And, you know, I had the opportunity a few days ago to see the land bridge. And I think the first, maybe only of its kind in the country, is that true? Wasn't it the largest land bridge anywhere, maybe in the world? Is that?
Certainly in North America, the country.
It was, well, it's a beautiful park, and there was lots of people out enjoying it. I was there on a Tuesday morning, and the weather was beautiful, and there was lots of people in our parks. And I think we have the best park system anywhere in the country. I think it's because of you, Homer, and your team. And I want to take just a moment to acknowledge the incredible Parks Department and the team that I've worked with over the years. Is Sally Jenkins here by any chance? Or Veronica Moreno? No, they're out in the field.
Yes, Sandy's out in the field. Veronica, she was down here. I believe she went back upstairs. But
well,
they are listening.
And I want to take a moment to acknowledge Lynn Kinton, Sarah Sharp, Brenda Burton, Veronica Rodriguez, Hank Salinas. All have worked for our upcoming summer programming, from camps to pools, to Meredith Tilley, and she leads our trail systems. Veronica, of course, who has been one of the very first people I ever met here in the city department was Veronica. It was about one of our parks over at Collins Gardens. And what a dedicated team you have there. Sandy, of course, helped me with Benavides Park. One of the very first community projects I had was with Cops Metro and their group over at St. Timothy's Church. And they wanted to do the redevelopment of Benavides Park. And since then, we've invested almost $1 million in Benavides, from a splash pad to a walking pad to tennis sports courts, covers over the courts. We completely redid the bathrooms. It was a beautiful representation of an urban park, and it was really because of the community input, but also the department's willingness to invest in an urban space. We have, of course, completely transformed Elmendorf Park that I know many of my colleagues have had the opportunity to visit over the years. The swimming pool, I think, has been a gem, and I hope that other parks and other pools can model themselves after what we've done at Elmendorf. But really, our trail system is like nothing we have anywhere in this country. And Councilmember Pelaez mentioned yesterday about the potential for our creeks as transportation. Of course, I've always used them for transportation, but maybe not everybody has. And so we know that we still have a long way to go as we invest in our park system. I think we have still $170 million to complete our park system is what I heard the other day. And I know that we look forward to a presentation in our Transportation Committee about our trail system, but it really has been under your leadership, of course, that we have seen these incredible transformations. And I just really wanted to take a moment to thank you, Homer, and your team for really, I think, building the best part of San Antonio, our park system. And we look forward to perhaps more innovative programming, more investment in our park system. We know that our bond can be used for investment in parks, and I think Hardberger is a wonderful example of things that we can do all over the city. And I was mentioning it to the mayor earlier this morning about how I hope that we can do beautiful projects like that all over the city. A lot of that was private investment, so we look forward to that private investment spread everywhere. But thank you, Homer, for all the work that you've done for making my time here on the council so much fun. No secret to all of my colleagues that I probably spend more time in our parks, not just in anybody on the council, but really anybody in the city. Because of my small children, and we have enjoyed everything from the parks way out north that are more for nature and hiking, Eisenhower, and Frederick Park, and of course our urban parks, and also Pearsall that has a big splash pad and a high tower, and just a little bit of everything. So thank you for all you do, Homer, for our city, and thank you, Mayor, for indulging me as I get to thank all the people that I've worked with over these last 8 years. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Gonzalez. Go ahead, Homer.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for the kind words. I know the team, some of them are listening in. I'll make sure to share the kind words and pass along. I've been fortunate to inherit a great department with a great team, and I really appreciate your leadership and support of our park system and challenging us to do more and be better. I think that we've done that, and our compass is pointing north, and we're going to continue that great progress and great work. So again, thank you for your time on council and helping kind of reimagine parks. And you're right, Elmendorf Lake Park, total complete, just different part from what it was from when you first came to your time on city council. So that is one of my favorite parks. And you talked about the pool. It is like no other. And so that will be the standard that we bring forward as we try to envision other urban parks and the way we approach improving them. So again, thank you, and I'll be sure to pass all the kind words along to the team, but it takes a team effort, and a lot of this goes to them.
Thank you, Homer.
Thank you.
Councilmember Trevino.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to highlight item 17B. We will be appointing Beto Altamirano to the Port SA Board of Directors. We're so proud to have him join Port SA. Beto Altamirano is the CEO and co-founder at Iris, a company building AI-driven tools that engage communities to bring real-time visibility and data analytics for urban stakeholders. Many of you all know Beto. He's got an interest in public policy and has led him to work at the Texas House of Representatives, United States Senate, White House, USCR, the Alamo area, MPO. His focus on Latino political engagement was recognized by the Aspen Institute, Latinos and Society, where he serves as a scholar, co-authoring reports highlighting the millennial civic potential. Beto is also a recipient of the Vote Latino MacArthur Foundation grant for his work in helping city governments better engage communities. You might know the 311 app is run under the City Flag apparatus that he has provided. He holds a Bachelor of Arts in Government from the University of Texas at Austin. He is now going to attend the Harvard Kennedy School. We wish him the best. I'm proud to be appointing him, and again, also want to mention that he was listed as Forbes 30 under 30 as well. He certainly fits the mold for what we want to be representing us at Port SA. I don't think there's ever been anybody like Beto at Port SA that represents innovation the way he does. So we're so glad to have him on board, and welcome aboard, Beto. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Trevino. Councilmember Perry.
Thank you, sir. I want to take a moment for a point of personal privilege. I don't know. Okay, all right.
All right, Councilmember Sandoval.
Thank you, Mayor. I am going to follow along in Councilwoman Gonzalez's footsteps and highlight item actually number 11 on our agenda today, which is the construction of the Hebner Creek Trailhead at the Crystal Hills Park in District 7 near the border with District 6. It's also a park that we share with Leon Valley thanks to the work of former Councilwoman Elena Guajardo and Leon Valley Mayor Chris Riley. I was just there a few days ago with Homer, I don't know if he's still here, cutting the ribbon for some other improvements that have been made. But I want to thank the Parks team for their work and share with you that the work on this trailhead will include shade, a drinking fountain, and also a bioswale, in part funded by the San Antonio River Authority. So I want to thank Parks for always considering those options since even since before I've been on council in terms of shade and the low impact development features. We'll also be including some funding from the Tree Mitigation Fund to provide some of the shade. I want to thank our voters, our taxpayers, Public Works, and our Parks and Rec staff and the San Antonio River Authority for all their work on this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sandoval. Councilmember Villagran.
Thank you, Mayor. I have two items to highlight. The first is item number 13, and that is an ordinance approving the assignment of a lease agreement with San Antonio Riverwalk Association to visit San Antonio for the purpose of promoting the Riverwalk and all of San Antonio. This assignment is very special because this is going to be bringing alignment of our promotion of what we do with the Riverwalk and also with Visit San Antonio. So I think this is a very good alignment, and there is also no fiscal impact to the city, which is also very good. And then secondly, I wanted to highlight item 25, and it is the ordinance amending the major thoroughfare plan, a component of the City of San Antonio's master plan, by realigning a proposed segment of Kelly Parkway, a super arterial type A, and this is off of 281 south of 410. This is when I talk to my colleagues about this east-west corridor, this is the area that we're talking about, because this is the area that needs to have that alleviation of traffic congestion and all of the great growth that is happening with job creation like Navistar, with Mitchell Lake Audubon Center, with TJX, and Mission del Lago. This is, and Texas A&M San Antonio and Toyota. This is going to help alleviate traffic that gets congested east and west and allow access to go to run east and west and not just north and south. But this is just one step because we do need some more money from the state and the federal government for this. But this is an important step as we move forward. So I thank you for, I have to thank Razi and Eric and everyone who also was a part of this, because you heard me and you heard the stakeholders in the area, and we are moving forward with this. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Villagran. Okay, there's a motion and a second for the balance of the consent
Mayor.
agenda. Was that?
I'm so sorry.
Councilmember Pelaez. Go ahead.
Yeah, it has to be. I'm sorry for not getting on the roster. I do think it's important that we highlight item Z17. Item Z17 is establishes a or makes way for a new proton therapy facility. Words like superconducting cyclotron and beam transport systems are not just the words that Ron Trevino, that Robert Trevino and I throw around when we talk about Star Wars and Star Trek. These are actually happening. The proton therapy facility in San Antonio that is coming to the medical center is going to cure cancer. This is a huge facility that's going to use photon beams to target tumors without the need for invasive surgery. And we're talking about lung cancer, breast cancer, prostate cancer, brain cancer. And this is going to be a major feather in our cap to enhance healthcare in San Antonio, but also cancer research, because it looks like it's going to be a partnership with UT Health. It's going to attract new faculty, new research, new grants in bioscience. All of that is also going to attract medical tourism, because today's patients and families have to stick around near the proton facility for 8 to 10 weeks for therapy. We're estimating around 500 patients per year. And this is a technology that's offered in Houston and Dallas, but has never been offered in San Antonio. We're really lucky to have this. And I do think it's really important also to say that this is one of those things that needs to happen in San Antonio more than anywhere else, I believe, because there's certain cancers that are prevalent in our populations here, and our health outcomes depend upon accessibility to technology or nearby, as opposed to vulnerable folks having to travel far away for life-saving treatments. And the reason I wanted to highlight it today is because, aside from it being an important development in District 8, this is going to be a big, big accomplishment for all of us who have been trying to bring home these kinds of technologies to San Antonio for a long time. The other thing I want to point out, and I'll end here, is this is important because we know cancer is real. And a lot of us on this dais have lost family members to cancer and constituents to cancer. And so doing real things that really matter are the things that we were hired to do. And I'm really proud that this council is going to vote on something that will result in lives saved, and that will affect real change, and that really is aimed at, in a very proton targeted way, at eradicating a very serious problem. So thank you to my council for approving this item.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Pelaez. All right, there is a motion and a second for approval of the consent agenda. That's all items save for 4, 5, 20, Z7, and Z13. Please vote.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. All right, we have one item, one point of personal privilege. Let me turn the floor over to Councilmember Perry briefly.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I kind of got out of order there a little bit, but that's okay. If you can see, I'll stand up. All right, I'm wearing purple today. I've purpled up, and that is in recognition of this month. It's a month of the military child, and we want to recognize those children that are deployed all over this world with their families, and they go through as many challenges as the military member themselves on changing schools, changing cultures, a lot of different changes that they go through during their family's military career. And that's why they set this month up as the month of the military child, to recognize them and let them know that they have our support as well, because they are out there along with their military members, their family, their moms, their dads, that are protecting our freedoms in this country. And we need to be cognizant of that and recognize them as well. So that's what I wanted to do today, is recognize them all across this country and the world. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Perry. Councilmember Andrew Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to take a moment and thank Councilman Perry for continuing to advocate for our veterans, continuing to advocate for Military City USA. Thank you for bringing the youth and our children that are military servers as well, because people don't, I think, understand the true dedication that a child has to give when that parent is away on deployment, or they have to continuously move from state to state or country to country when their father or their mother is serving. So thank you so much for what you continue to do, Councilman Perry, for us as veterans, for us as military children of veterans, and just speaking up for the military here in the city of San Antonio. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Andrew Sullivan. Okay, let's go on now to the items listed for individual consideration. Let's start with item 4.
An operating agreement between the City and General Land Office that incorporates and facilitates the implementation of the revised Alamo Plan.
All right. Well, as you know, the item that we are about to discuss has been going on for a number of years, if not decades. The Alamo is hallowed ground, the cradle of Texas liberty, and Texans agree it should be a world-class site that pays proper respect to the fallen. It tells the story of the Battle of the Alamo, as well as the full history of the mission, and remains a public space for San Antonians and for all of those who come from around the world to pay their respects. This plan accomplishes those goals. As proper reference for history dictates, this process has not been entered into lightly. As you all know, Texas Historical Commission's denial to move the cenotaph has an impact on the overall design of our project. This change requires a redesign as it impacts the ability to recapture the historic Mission Plaza and changes what the southern part of the plaza will look like. Over the past couple of months, this council has had several public meetings regarding the Alamo Plan, and we discussed whether or not to amend or unwind that lease agreement. The majority of council supported our partnership with the GLO and recognized its benefits, provided that the vision and guiding principles remain the foundation of the plan. In our conversations, you all expressed concerns about access to the site, allowing parades to go through the site, and the future of the Crockett and the Woolworth buildings. These are discussions that we have had with the public for many years. That is why I asked the Management Committee to revisit these issues with the understanding that the parties must agree to any change in the strategy. So I'm very pleased that there is agreement among the parties. We remain committed to a path forward and are confident that together we can implement a modified plan that brings dignity and respect to this important site. I do want to thank our colleagues, all of them, especially City Attorney Andy Segovia and City Council Member Rebecca Villagran for their work on the Management Committee. I commend the work of the Alamo Citizens Advisory Committee. I want to thank Councilmember Rebecca Villagran, our very own Aaronetta Pierce, and Sue Ann Pemberton for their leadership as tri-chairs. They have met numerous times in public, and the proposed changes received support from the ACAC membership. Look forward to their continued work over the next few months as they will review and provide feedback on the interpretive plan. And we all know we could not have gotten to this point without the dedicated determination of our city staff, and that is, in particular, Assistant City Manager Lori Houston. Lori, great job. Would also like to thank all of the community members and organizations that took time to send letters supporting the changes as well. Know that this is your plaza, as it has been for hundreds of years, and your voice is important. Look forward to the presentation that we're about to hear from members of the public and my colleagues, and with that, I'd like to turn it over to our colleague, Councilmember Rebecca Villagran.
Thank you, Mayor. Just before we get started with the presentation, I too wanted to thank my colleagues for all of their input. Thank you to my colleagues for our discussion last week at B session and some great insights that you gave us and that you will see hopefully implemented in this updated lease agreement. And I also thank you for allowing me to pester you with my emails and making sure if you had questions that I can be there to answer them or direct you to where or who could talk to you about them. And I'm very happy that we had this conversation, that we're continuing to have this communication with each other, because your input is very important on this. I appreciate that we're going to be continuing to stay engaged in this, and it was really all of you taking the time to read through it. We were able to get all of the backup material out to you. Thank you to Kevin Barthold for getting out the emails that are needed, for Andy sending out all of the information and all of the backup materials, and even the red line of lease agreement, Councilwoman Sandoval, a little late, but we got it out still. And with all of the recommendations, your input and your insight on this makes us a better team and makes this a better lease agreement for us. So I appreciate your input. This is going to give you a status of where we are, and I am happy. I know that Andy, I hope you can get some rest sometime soon, because he has been working diligently, as has Lori Houston, working continuously, and I want to thank her. I would also like to thank Aaronetta Pierce, Sue Ann Pemberton for their work as tri-chairs and really being completely engaged in this, as well as all of our Alamo Citizens Advisory Committee who brought us to where we are today. I also wanted to mention before the presentation that the weekly construction update meetings continue with all of the businesses, and I believe that there are over 62 businesses that are part of the process, and that we are going to be including them or inviting them to be a part of the traffic analysis as we move forward with items. So I thank you. This has been a transparent process. We're continuing to have conversations, and what happens here today allows us and triggers us to move forward to really seeing something highlighted. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Eric, and I look forward to our further conversation today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Actually, Mayor and Councilwoman, I think you set it up nicely, so without further ado, why don't we go to the presentation?
This is the third time I'll be presenting to the full mayor and city council during an A session. So as they say, third time's a charm. And before we start, I'd like to introduce a couple members who are here with us today. We have Hector Villa with the General Land Office. And I also have Kate Rogers, who is the newly executive director for the Alamo Trust. They'll be available to answer any questions you may have. And go ahead and cue the presentation. So, as you all heard, in September of 2020, we had the denial of the permit by the THC. That permit request was to relocate the cenotaph. That permit was denied, and that really forced us to take a step back to better understand how we wanted to proceed with this project. And so the city, the GLO, and the Alamo Trust met, and we all decided we are committed to this plan, we're committed to this process, and the mayor has met with several council members, staff has met with several council members, and what we heard was we want to move forward, we need to continue with the Alamo plan, but we do have some changes and we have some requests. One, there needs to be a commitment to the vision and guiding principles. Two, we must repurpose the historic Woolworth and Crockett building. Three, the flexibility of the street closures and the phasing is very important. And four, keeping access to the plaza. So those are the four things that we heard from the council, and frankly, those are the four items that we've heard throughout the past couple of years from the public. Those are the issues that the public has said we want these addressed. Now, we do have a structure to provide oversight of the Alamo plan. It starts with the executive committee, which includes Mayor Ron Nirenberg and Commissioner George P. Bush. The management committee provides recommendations to the executive committee, and that management committee includes 2 members of each entity. We have Rebecca Villagran, Councilmember Rebecca Villagran, and City Attorney Andy Segovia representing the city of San Antonio. We have the Alamo Trust represented by Welcome Wilson and Hope Andrade. And then we have the General Land Office represented by Hector Valle and Jeff Gordon. And then we have the Alamo Citizens Advisory Committee. Their role is to provide input to the management committee in an advisory capacity to ensure that the plan is in alignment with the vision and guiding principles. And there are 26 members on that committee plus 4 technical advisory committee members. Now this is the list of those members on the Citizens Advisory Committee. Our tri-chairs include Councilmember Rebecca Villagran, Aranetta Pierce, and Sue Ann Pemberton. And then we have a representative from several categories, including history and archaeology, the 1994 Alamo Plaza Plan, as well as the state of Texas had appointed 6 members to their committee. And then we have the federal government and private property representatives. Every council member had an opportunity to appoint a member. And then we have 4 technical advisory committees and members to include the Fiesta Commission, the Tourism Council, Centro, and Visit San Antonio. Now we have been very busy since the mayor sent a letter to the mayor and council outlining his expectations and what he heard from the mayor and council when revisiting this plan. We immediately brought the Alamo Citizens Advisory Committee together. We had our first meeting on March 8th, where Mayor Ron Nuremberg addressed the committee. This meeting was publicized. It was available for public viewing, and the mayor outlined the charge. This is what the mayor and council would like you to look at. These are the issues that we've heard from the public, and they discussed the expectation. March 15th to the 19th, the tri-chairs, Councilmember Rebecca Villagran, Aranetta Pierce, and Sue Ann Pemberton, held 3 listening sessions with all of the Citizens Advisory Committee members. They listened to their concerns, listened to the feedback on previous efforts, and they took that information and that helped formulate our meetings moving forward. Our first workshop was March 24th with the Alamo Citizens Advisory Committee, and that's where the design team presented the concepts and got their feedback. So they looked at what happens if you don't move the cenotaph and you repair it. What happens if the plaza is open and how can that be designed? They broke out into small groups and they provided feedback, and that feedback was provided to the management committee. We had another meeting on March 29th. That meeting was open to the public, and the public was able to provide comment, and we did a presentation on the refined concepts that were presented at the meeting on March 24th, and we had a discussion on those concepts. And then finally on March 31st, we had another meeting for the Citizens Advisory Committee where we presented the final recommendations. The meeting was viewed on our Facebook Live page. And then we also had recommendations for approval. And all recommendations regarding the concepts that we presented to council at the B session and what I'll be presenting today were approved by the Alamo Citizens Advisory Committee. Now, as I stressed, these aren't new issues. The public has always said they want more flexibility in the street. They want more plaza access. There is a need for the parades to continue. And so we've been able to address these with our design team, which includes Reed Hildebrand and PGAV, and the management committee has met several times throughout the process as well to make sure that these are in alignment with the expectations of the Citizens Advisory Committee as well as the public. Now, moving forward, if a council approves the amended and restated lease agreement today, we are going to continue moving forward with this project, and the design team will start designing the plaza. We need to get the plaza under construction. We don't want to waste any more time. We have 2017 bond dollars that we want to spend, and we feel like that we have a very good plan that's been adopted by the management committee, the Citizens Advisory Committee, and hopefully City Council. Now, once it's approved, we will begin our work with that design, and that design will occur between now and December. But during that time, we are going to be engaging the Alamo Citizens Advisory Committee to make sure that they understand the interpretive plan and understand what stories are going to be told on the plaza, and we'll be doing that over 3 months. And we're going to make those meetings open to the public. We are hoping to film those meetings, have panel discussions on each topic, so the public, we can actually rerun those meetings, so it can be an educational component. And then we're also going to be working with our own archaeological advisory committee to do an owned property, so we can make sure that and we are honoring the Topalam Islanders Association in this process. Advisory committee during this time, and then the design. And Reed Hildebrand will return to be committee, so they can present that to the management committee. Review and approve this design. Is not step one. Advisory committee members through. Now, I briefly effort that we are meeting with the Alamo not include our local and by council member was we have met with members. We will be doing an archival investigation property, and then we include members of the Carrie. Those three members that we are advisory committee. These are the same Island Park members that action, and we feel that Citizens Advisory Committee for the and the mayor. PGAV to do a flipping the
Yes, thank you, Lori. The council member. So with that, the invitation of both PGAV and Rita Hildebrand started back in 2017 with this effort. But again, for the record, my name is John Kastman. I'm with PGAV. And Eric Kramer is joining me from Rita Hildebrand. We wanted to make sure that we covered as an understanding of what we wanted to retain and some basis, as well as the new parameters. Our work and very important to us. And so throughout this process, we were back to those to ensure that those were still being upheld in all of our design strategies. Likewise, on the next slide, you'll understand that our goal was to make sure that we retain those 5 key elements from the master plan. So restoring the Rich and Long Barracks, the delineation of the historic footprint, recapturing that historic Mission Plaza and that sense of reverence and respect that we are after, as well as creating a world-class museum visitor center that included a sense of arrival, right? Not only a sense of arrival to this Alamo and zone, but also the connectivity between that and the other important areas around the city of San Antonio and the other public spaces. So with that, there's things that we studied, right? And Laura has reviewed this already. We are retaining the cenotaph in invocation. We wanted to study a new parameter, not lowering the grade to the living surface. We also wanted to study the new parameter of preserving that plaza access and the open porosity of that plaza. And fourth, we wanted to study what would happen with design strategies if we were to retain the parade and phase the street closures. So as we studied those new parameters, we looked at the way that they would impact design strategy. So what we are going to go through today are these 5 proposals. And we're going to look at them not one by one, series of 5, but we're going to look at through the way our design strategies flow. So first, the things that are proposed is the cenotaph will be repaired but not moved. The mission footprint will be delineated by paving material changes rather than the lowering of the footprint. The plaza will remain accessible to pedestrians without railings, and the parades and key rituals and traditions will be accommodated. And then finally, we're going to look at some ways where the streets will be closed as planned with some allowances for service, emergency vehicles, public transit, and we're going to look at what it means when the Alamo Street between Houston and Crockett will be closed starting June 1st, so that programming can occur on that space, but also traffic modeling can be done. So with that, I wanted to say that we're going to go through 3 different chapters to study those. Right. First, we're going to look at spatial definitions, spatial strategies, and site design, and Eric's going to take us through that. But after, we're also going to look at it not only spatially, but we're going to look at all those parameters from a visitor experience standpoint. Then we'll pause and look at it from an interpretive content standpoint. Make sure we can look at all the new proposed parameter changes and how it affects our design in those 3 categories. So with that, I'll hand it over to Eric Kramer to take us through spatial definition thoughts.
Thanks, John. I want to say maybe to define spatial definition, it's really about how we use design to achieve the goals John outlined. But what you're going to see today is not design. There's a lot of design left to do. Instead, what we're doing is testing the impacts of these changed parameters on a plan that we've got to know over the last couple of years. And what design here is about is reconciling many layers of history, traditions that evolved here, with the sense of coherence and reverence that we all desire. It's about making visible what has been obscured over time. And the tools there are about materials, they're about light and shade, they're about the sense of arrival, as John said. And in effect, it's about how we create a frame for understanding everything that happened here. So when we look at the existing conditions you see here, you see that there's a lot going on. There are layers and layers of the 20th and even 21st century. On the next slide, what we see is if we begin to simplify, if we begin to pull away the layers, planters, and retaining walls and curves that have become really functional elements, we begin to transform how we understand the space. It has improvements in terms of accessibility and function and flexibility. But as you see on the next slide, it also allows us to start to see what's happening on the ground and to reach one of the key goals of the plan, which is to delineate the footprint, to create a kind of quiet, a moment of pause in which you're able to see through what's happening in the contemporary city, to see the history. If we look at the next drawing, we also think the use of this ground plane has another opportunity, which is to define a district. And then if we start to use an identifiable paving material that reaches all the way south to Commerce, and east and west to Bonham and to Lycia, so that as you arrive, no matter where you're coming from, you realize you've arrived at a district which is unique and definitive in San Antonio. It is the Alamo district. Next slide. We also think that this has a story to tell in and of itself. We've been looking at the patterns of the acequia and the agricultural fields that evolved around that. And that pattern can be drawn on the ground next, so that we actually see on, next slide, there you go. On the ground, there are these patterns of layers of history. So it's not actually the mission footprint itself, but the whole district can start to tell the stories, not just of the battle, but of the times before and the times after. Next. We then see an opportunity to begin to break down, particularly the scale of the plaza south, the south gate. Here, areas for seating and gathering, which can benefit the neighboring businesses with outdoor dining or gatherings, and starting to scale plaza so that there's actually comfort and cooling and shade, and using those spaces to both have open spaces for gathering and more intimate spaces. Next. That then allows us to do the other really important move, which is to recapture the reading of this historic site and the mission itself by creating a frame, a literal moment of transition between the larger Alamo district and the core of the historic site. We think this can be a paving on the ground, a transition between two materials, which does not require us to lower the grade, as we had looked at in earlier versions of the plan. This obviously has benefits for accessibility. It enables us to continue to have the parades move through the site, which we'll talk about in a minute. But it also allows much more flexibility and functionality. We recognize that there are concerns about the dampness as it is impacting the church and the long barrack. And so we will work with the GLO that is undertaking a 1-year monitoring project. If grade needs to be reduced around 2 historic buildings, we think it is absolutely possible to continue to do that and retain the grade as level in the remainder of the site. Next, this focus on this district and this area and focus on the ground plane allows us to use very small changes to highlight the interpretive elements. So whether it's reconstructions of battle moments, marking on the ground of the archaeological finds that the research will tell us, potential burials, or even to mark delineation of the 20th century layers of history like the Woolworth and the Crockett building and the cenotaph itself. This focus on understanding the ground plane allows us to make those things visible. And this threshold allows us to create the sense of arrival. Next. We also think that the canopy of trees is an important element to spatial connectivity. Using street trees along the ways of arriving will create a sense of threshold and a sense of arrival, like a promenade as you arrive on the site. The next slide shows that around the core area, this great canopy of live oaks that exist in the garden and on the plaza can be enhanced to create, again, another layer of threshold and arrival, shade, and a sense of this open space that is the core and the frame and the spatial definition of the mission and battlefield itself. The next slide shows that we recognize there needs to be canopy within the footprint. We don't know exactly where they will be. Some of the archaeological research will help us understand that, but we understand for comfort, for shade, for cooling, for families and visitors to spend time here to experience the living history, engage with all of the layers of history, some amount of canopy will be required, and we'll be working with the team to figure out how to design that. Next. So what does this look like from a kind of physical point of view? We've just started to sketch what we think might be like. Here you see the plaza on the left, potentially a kind of beautiful clay brick to really delineate a unique character of the space, those live oaks to create the threshold, the drawing of on the ground of a kind of a wider edge threshold that leads you into this different space of the mission and the battlefield. Here may be a native material like a limestone, very different in character than anywhere else in the city. And that simplification allows us to start to realize and really indicate on the ground the extent of the mission footprint. The use of native planting and things like that makes this not just a world-class museum, but a world-class experience. Next, we've looked at some of the materials, and these are just some of the things we're considering, but hopefully you can see here how these take on a quality and a level of detail which is really unique to the Alamo experience. Next. And so overall, we hope that this is able to reconcile those larger principles and the vision with a new set of parameters. And we think, and through our conversations with the CAC, we feel that this approach actually is a strong ability to reconcile those new conditions with the broader values.
So we looked at the spatial definition. Eric just stepped us through a lot of the site, more physical moments and the parameters. With the change in parameters may affect our design thinking. But our team has also stepped back and thought about it from a visitor experience standpoint. And so when we talk about a world-class experience world-class site. We know that we have to take care of visitors, whether they are local to San Antonio or visitors from around the world. We not only have to take care of their physical needs, but we also have to make sure that we take care of a sense of understanding and orientation so that we can get to that goal of what that world-class experience means is a sense of transformation and emotional connection. And so we know that from an experience standpoint, the sense of arrival and orientation and understanding is key to getting to that emotional connection. And so this next system of slides will walk through our approach to that, and when we look at the new parameters, how that affects our design thinking to make sure that we can achieve that great visitor experience. So as we look at the next series of slides, we not only are going to pay close attention to defining the arrival at this district. You'll see there the arrows. It's important to understand that this sense of arrival gives a sense of understanding. And a lot of the spatial definition that Eric has walked through helps us to do that, right? Whether it's the canopy trees or whether it's the clear identification of the footprint and the zone, but also different zones that act differently, right? These are different activity zones, whether they are the South Plaza does have a different feeling and a different purpose sometimes than the garden, for example. And also there's a different zone, the church and long barrack orientation and activities versus the activities and experience that you feel when you're in that mission footprint and battlefield. Finally, the visitor center and the museum offers a whole different opportunity as far as a clear zone. So when we think about it and switch our brain from a spatial understanding to this visitor experience, and you take these clear zones, then we start to think about how they can be managed in different ways. And so the next slide starts to talk about the parameter that we had talked about of a flexible and an open access to the plaza. And so the two colors here show, as you see in the legend or the key in the bottom right-hand corner, that we have an opportunity to have a flexible management system where potentially we can look at the experience with the museum and the church and the long barrack can have a managed access while the plaza remains open and free to the public. And so we can also consider a design which remains flexible. So when you toggle back and forth to the next slide, you can also see that we can design things so that that open plaza can also be flexibly designed so that if there is an opportunity for an event that wants to happen, we can make sure that there are temporary ways to be able to consolidate that and use that area in an event setting. So one more time, Laura, if you could toggle back and forth between those two slides, you can see that our design and our goals is to make sure that both of these are taken care of and are able throughout through this flexibility. Now, when you go to the next slide, we'll see that this is a shift in what we presented previously as part of the interpretive plan, and we wanted to highlight that. And so the previous interpretive plan discussed a single secure perimeter with one entry point to go through the museum and the visitor center that you see in that red arrow off to the left-hand side. And this shift that we are talking about with the new parameters that we are considering, when you go to the next slide, it outlines this shift where what we are saying is this revised approach offers the two secure perimeters, one for the museum and visitor center on the left and a different secure perimeter in the diagram to the right with the church and the long barrack. And what this would mean is that that open area in the middle, the historic footprint, is open to pedestrian flow. You can see that pink arrow, and also enables the visitors to go back and forth between the two secure perimeters. And again, these are diagrams. This is not implied. We had talked about the parameter being no railings. Those brown areas are really just to delineate those zones in this revised approach. So with that, we're going to step through a little bit, and we're going to take that diagram, and we're going to step through, and Eric, similarly to the way we built up the conversation with our spatial understanding, we're going to use those same tools to step up and walk through a visitor experience with those strategies in mind. So Eric, you can take it from here.
Thanks, John. So we do understand that the visitor experience, although it is certainly focused around the Alamo itself, as the guiding principles suggest, is related to the much larger experience of any visitor coming to San Antonio. And so this project is always understood within the context of how it makes connections to the other important cultural sites, La Villita, Hemisphere, San Fernando Cathedral, the missions overall, and even to the contemporary sort of business district and cultural districts of the Riverwalk. Next slide. To that end, we think it's important that no matter which direction people arrive from, they get a welcome and an orientation. So we know that people are coming from every different area. So at each portal, we think there's an opportunity to provide information, whether this is a kiosk or a set of signs. It's not designed, but those are going to reference both how people arrive, also the resources in the adjacent neighborhoods, whether it's how to get to the Riverwalk or La Villita. These moments then, as you see on the next slide, would direct people as they arrive to a set of sort of visitor orientation hubs. And because people are coming from the south or the west or the north, and we know that one of the problems is, particularly when people come from the south, that they just arrive at the site without any orientation and they just arrive at the... We see that there are these opportunities for two hubs, one in the plaza in front of the Menger, gathering people from the south, and another in the sort of museum and formal visitor center along the west wall. So these gather and start to explain to people as they arrive what the opportunities are for the site. The next slide. We're really excited about what this one in the plaza might be. We've been looking at sort of open air interpretive pavilions. These are from all over the world. And in the next slide, you see one that actually we worked on in Boston, which is for the National Park Service. And here it's basically just a big roof with an area for the rangers to stand and start to explain to people about the resources that this national park has to offer. So as you see on the next slide, we think there's a great opportunity that as people arrive, they have two opportunities for this interpretation, and really the two work in concert. There's still a full service kind of visitor and museum experience in the area where we see the Woolworth and the Crockett building, and these direct you to each other. So if you're coming from the south, it would certainly direct you there to that full service experience. But also, if we see on the next slide, if you were going directly to the church, both of those would have opportunities of starting to direct you to that moment of entry, as John said, that would start your experience of the church, the Long Barrack, and the Convento. We realize that probably in terms of capacity, just like people queue today, there needs to be one moment where those people enter that experience. And this allows us to grab them as they come, orient them, explain how that works, and get them to that point. As you see on the next slide, there are obviously the resources of the plaza and the mission footprint itself. And so those would also be opportunities, and this really could be 24/7, that people arriving would then be directed to see what's happening and understand what's happening in the plaza. So from the south, they would be directed this way, and the next slide shows if you were coming, let's say, from the west or the north, and your first portal of access was on the west wall, this would direct you in as well. So no matter what direction you're coming from, you're getting that critical orientation that you don't receive today. Next slide. This allows us to, as John said, avoid having to have a single point of entry because we've actually now been able to capture everyone who needs interpretation. This allows us to preserve access. So anyone walking up Alamo from Commerce can walk right through the site, or east or west along Houston or Crockett. This means we don't have to have the guardrails or railings or these kinds of single points of entry. This allows that kind of fluid access and the overlap of people coming for the historical experience and everyday citizens of San Antonio. Next slide. We also think this enables the kind of continuation of the traditions that have evolved since 1836 across the site, including the parades. This allows us to, and the not dropping of the grade allows us to let those parades come through. We think in kind of keeping with the reverent nature of the site, we would delineate the core of the mission and the battlefield as a quiet zone, still with the ceremonial zone outside the church where wreaths can be laid during the parades, and then the grandstands and the other kind of more active components could occupy the plaza south of the South Gate under that great grove of trees we've talked about. We think this is a really exciting opportunity to blend these two together. As John said, it also allows the differentiation of zones. So the outdoor museum and ceremonial zone where living history takes place on a day-to-day basis, the garden, a more intimate space for gatherings, and then the plaza itself, which serves day-to-day to support the experience of the Alamo, but also for special events. And really, this is a great place in which to focus the kind of First Amendment opportunities which we know have evolved in this site over the years are critical to its meaning for San Antonio. Next. This also really requires, we think, a rethinking of vehicle access to the site. We think it has to be, and it really should be, a pedestrianized zone. And so in the long term, we believe that closing Alamo Street all the way north of Commerce and closing Crockett and Houston is critical to allowing this space to function for pedestrians. So wherever you see one of those sort of do not enter signs, there would be some kind of bollard or barrier, of course, that makes this fully open to pedestrians, but would keep vehicles out. And this is the long-term vision of the site. We also recognize, of course, that service and emergency needs to be given access to this. So Alamo Street south of Crockett would be able to be opened for service for those buildings, turning left onto the existing Crockett, and in front of the Emily Morgan as well along Houston. This is for emergency access and for service. But it would be timed so that the visitor experience can prevail, really. In the next slide, we want to talk a little bit about the sort of immediate opportunity. We know that the GLO and the Trust is building this temporary, or this initial 18-pounder exhibit in the southwest corner of the site. And so closing the street in the short term between Houston and Crockett enables the kind of connectivity between the church and the Long Barrack and the cenotaph and this new element to be a really safe and kind of overarching pedestrian experience, and it allows them to start to program the plaza in new ways. We also think this allows us the opportunity to sort of reduce traffic on Alamo between Crockett and Commerce, keeping it open for service, for the kind of bus and transit, so that it's not changing the sort of way in which the city is functioning, but it might allow a better pedestrian experience, particularly on the west side of the block, again, to sort of return activity to those buildings. This also allows the kind of traffic modeling that John indicated, so we begin to understand if there are any other ancillary updates to the way traffic flows that will need to be implemented to make sure this plan is a complete success in the long term. Next. Here's an image of what that might be like, and then to hand it back to John for the interpretive elements.
So this is our third chapter of our presentation, and we've gone through these new parameters. Our team has thought about it from a spatial and a site design point of view, from a visitor experience point of view, and now last but still very important is from an interpretive point of view. And so we know that, as we touched on before, the visitor experience and the need to and the desire to have that emotional connection when anybody visits the Alamo, a lot of those emotional connections are really tied to the interpretive moments, the storytelling that happens there. And to give these visitors, whether they're local or whether they're from far away, the opportunity to understand all that went on there and the entire history and the entire story that shaped the Alamo and shaped that San Antonio truly what it is today is important, is crucial. And we know that the museum serves that right to, and they do it well in the future with the understanding of the use of archival and collections, whether it be the Phil Collins collection or the Alamo collection, but also the delineation of the historic footprint and the use of that as a space for guided tours, living history is extremely important to us, and the interpretation of those moments so that visitors can understand history right where history happened is something that the plan retains. And so in retaining that, we knew that we had to study the additional parameters to ensure that all of that and all of those goals are retained. So when you go to the next slide, and this is really a summary of all the interpretive thoughts that we have had. This by no means is comprehensive of all the stories that are available out there, but it is a diagram that shows the intent and the ability to tell that layered history. Such a great opportunity within that historic footprint where there are moments that and areas within there right in the footprint to tell not only a mission story, but also a battle story and a post-battle story, almost right on top of each other. And our ability to use those storytelling moments, use the interpretation, but also make sure that it's a balanced story where everybody can see themselves within these moments and have the emotional connection. So these diagrams, again, with the three colors, start to delineate and send the message of our goal of making sure that the layered history and the entire spectrum of history for the Alamo is told, mission era, battle stories, and post-battle. And so those colors represent that. But also in that interpretive, we do want to start to summarize that we have gone through all those parameters. Our goal is to keep that interpretive content and the ability to celebrate those. And now there's a summary here, the final slides. We have, in our opinion, in all these summaries, through our study of spatial and visitor experience and interpretation, we've retained the 5 key elements that you see there that we also talked about in the beginning, and also a brief summary of these are our proposed changes that we have addressed with our new design strategies about the cenotaph being repaired, not moved, the mission footprint being delineated with paving material changes and not lowered to its living surface, the plaza remaining accessible to pedestrians without railings, the parades and the key rituals and traditions are all accommodated, and also the streets closed as planned and approved with a phased closing between Houston and Crockett starting on June 1st. So with that summary slide there, I'll hand it back to Lori to take it from there. So thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the luck that technology carried us through and made sure that we could share those thoughts with you.
So thank you, John, and thank you, Eric. As we've shown, we've listened to your concerns, we've listened to the Alamo Citizens Advisory Committee concerns, and the Alamo Citizens Advisory Committee issued 6 statements of support for each of those design changes. They supported repairing the cenotaph and not moving it. They supported accommodating important events and rituals and keeping the parades on the site. They supported delineating the footprint not by lowering it to its living surface, but doing it through a series of pavers or other means. They also supported not managing the access of the entire site, but only managing the access for the visitor center and museum and the church and long barrack, but allowing the plaza to be a plaza. They supported the phasing of the street closures, but it's key that we work with all of our stakeholders when we do this traffic modeling so we can understand what that section of Alamo Street from Crockett to Commerce can accommodate. And then finally, they all agreed that these 5 changes are in alignment with the vision and guiding principles that the Alamo Citizens Advisory Committee created in 2014. For us to memorialize these changes, we are proposing an amended and restated operating and lease agreement with the General Land Office. It will still be a 50-year lease with 2 25-year extensions. It'll be a long-term lease, and the GLO will continue to control Parcel A through their lease. And then the Alamo Street from Houston Street to Crockett will be permanently closed starting June 1, and the lease for Parcel B, which includes that area in green, which includes the streets and some other portions of Alamo Plaza, that will not go into effect until there is a design that's approved of a museum that repurposes the Crockett and the Woolworth building, and that the funding for the museum and visitor center is identified. And then if either of those conditions have not occurred by January 1 of 2026, then the city will have no further obligation to parcel B. This is important. This is something that council brought up at the B session last week, making sure that we had a stop date. When does this contract terminate if one of us is not following the conditions? We also have incorporated the design changes into the lease agreement. So the cenotaph will not move, it will be repaired. The site will accommodate events, rituals, and the parades. The mission footprint will not be lowered, but delineated through pavers. And the access will not be managed, access to the plaza will not be managed. Only access to the visitor center and museum, as well as the church and lawn barrack, will be managed. We will accommodate these important events that have been part of our cultural fabric in San Antonio. These events are specifically listed in the agreement, but we have a process for other events. So we do include the Battle of Flowers Parade and the Fiesta Flambeau Parade, the Tapalam Memorial Sunrise Service, the Alamo Defenders and Defendants Association Remembrance Ceremony. We have the Army Military Day at the Alamo, Pilgrimage to the Alamo, Marine Day, Navy Day, Air Force Day, the Cavaliers Investiture Ceremony, DRT Memorial Service, and other military ceremonies and events. These events do not require that the plaza be closed, but we want to make sure that these events still have a home in the plaza. And then for those events that are new and are not produced by the city, the General Land Office, or the Trust, there is a process. And so that process will be reviewed by the Management Committee, and if there is an event that an organization is proposing, the Management Committee will consider it provided the event has wide community support and there is a cultural and significant tie to the site. For example, 5K runs, 10K runs, those will not go through the site. However, if there's an event, potentially something that one of our ACAC members brought up, a Day of the Dead ceremony that honors all that lived, fought, and died on the site. Something like that could potentially be considered on the site. And then, of course, programming must be in alignment with the vision and guiding principles. The construction, the city is going to fund the design and construction of the Alamo Plaza, and we will manage all stakeholder communications. We have been meeting with our stakeholders every Tuesday at 4 p.m. since the beginning of January, and we have on average about 15 to 20 members who attend those calls, but every stakeholder who is a property owner or a leasee around the plaza gets a weekly email from city staff about any changes to the fencing or any upcoming events that are happening on the plaza. And we also have been working closely with our stakeholders on the traffic modeling that's about to occur. So we're going to be having that meeting next week, several meetings with all of the stakeholders about traffic modeling. What are the types of uses they would like to see? We have heard horse carriages. We have heard charter buses. We have heard tour buses. We need to look at that. We need to model that, and that will be modeled over the summer. We will incorporate into our lease agreement our archival and archaeology approach. So we are doing an archival investigation. We will develop an action plan. We're developing an archaeology advisory committee, and we will comply with the Texas Health and Safety Code and the Texas Antiquities Code. This will be embedded in our lease agreement. And the GLO and the Alamo Trust will fund and manage the construction of the vertical interpretive elements on the Alamo plan to include the 18-pounder La Soya House, the South Gate, the Palisades, the Castaneda House, the North Wall, and others identified in the interpretive plan. I know Councilman Courage, you had asked about the cenotaph and who's going to be paying for that. That cost is going to be shared. So the city, the General Land Office, and the Trust, once we have a repair plan and a cost for that, we will discuss how we share those costs, because now the cenotaph needs to be repaired, but there's also an interpretive element to that. And so we continue our partnership and we'll be sharing those costs. And last but not least, the GLO will be responsible for those elements on the Alamo plan on state property. So they are going to pay for the restoration of the church and long barrack, and they're going to pay for the construction of an exhibition and collections building. I want to speak briefly about that collections building. It is in the garden area behind the Alamo and the church. It's about 24,000 square feet. 10,000 of it is for exhibition space. The remaining 14,000 is for storage space. It is not to replace the visitor center and the museum. That is really a space for them to have storage and traveling exhibits. And the Alamo Trust is already looking at opportunities to bring in exhibits from the Smithsonian and other world-class places that we can bring to San Antonio. And the city will convey the gift shop and visitor center currently in the Crockett building to the GLO upon approval of the museum design that shows that that building has been repurposed. And the GLO is going to fund the relocation of the visitor center and the gift shop. The funding, the city has $38 million for this plan. $1 million is from the 2012 GEO bonds. $17 million is from C of O's that were issued in 2016 and 2017. This is what we refer to as the streetcar money. And then there's $21 million in the 2017 GEO bond that's necessary for the street improvements and park improvements. And those are the funds that we want to spend immediately. The total project funding, the state of Texas has committed $106 million. They are anticipating more to be coming over the next couple months. The city of San Antonio has our $38 million. That money will be broken out. The Crockett and Bonham Street improvements, we have about $15 million. And as you saw from City Auditor Kevin Bartold, he sent you information about how we have spent and committed about $14 million of that. We're putting in about another $1 million just for for the traffic modeling and other improvements we may need to make to that section of Crockett and a section of Alamo on Crockett and Commerce. And then the Alamo Plaza, we're anticipating about $23 million. We feel this is enough funding, specifically because we do not need to lower the grade by 2 feet. And we've done some preliminary estimates, and we feel that this funding will accommodate the needs in the plaza. And then finally, the Alamo Endowment, they will be paying for the museum and the interpretive elements on the Alamo Plaza, and they're continuing to develop their budget for that effort. Our schedule, if approved today, the General Land Office will sign off on this reinstated and amended lease agreement. Our Alamo Plaza schedule is to start design immediately, do our traffic study over the next couple months with our area business stakeholders, and we also will go to HDRC by December of 2021 so we can start construction in early 2022. The preservation work for the church and Long Barrack is currently underway, and the Museum and Visitor Center due diligence and conceptual planning is also underway. I'd like to mention one more thing. We're working with the stakeholders. We have developed a grant for construction relief. We've released that grant about 2 weeks ago. We have 20 applications already from area stakeholders. We're going to be able to find them grants of up to $25,000 to help them offset costs related to maybe wayfinding and maps and advertising to get people to their businesses. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm going to sit down, and myself, Kate Rogers, and Hector Villa, City Manager Eric Walsh, Management Committee member Andy Segovia, and Management Committee member and Tri-Chair member, Councilmember Rebecca Villagran, will be available to answer any questions.
Great, thank you very much, Lori, and to our team for the presentation. Thank you to the design folks also for the briefing, very thorough. As we know, we saw most of this, all of this, a couple weeks ago at Council. We have several citizens signed up to speak now on item 4, so I'll begin calling them up in order, and I'll make sure that you know who's coming up next so you can be prepared. It's my great honor to welcome back to our City Council chambers first, though, our former Mayor, Phil Hardberger. So, Mayor Hardberger, if you could come up, and you'll be followed by former Mayor and current County Judge Nelson Wolff.
Thank you very much. I'm here to support the plan. It's very exciting. Learned a lot more details today. I do really appreciate your leadership on this, Mayor, in moving this along, getting it done. You know, we have to give deference to the shortness of life. And this plan, the Alamo plan, has been talked about, discussed, and argued about now for 11 years. It began in Mayor Castro's term, immediately after I left office. And of course, it's still going on. But I think we have a very fine plan now, and I appreciate your leadership very much on this, Mayor Nirenberg. Very good work. Also, of course, a tremendous amount of staff work is done on this. And I'm sure they have good days and bad days. But Lori Houston, our Assistant City Manager, has really been outstanding in this entire process. She has a lot of imagination, she has energy and determination, which is what you need to get it done. But I also want to thank Roberto Trevino for all the work he put into this and getting us to this point. You know, the problem of moving Alamo forward is not that we don't love the Alamo. The problem is we love the Alamo so much that every detail seems to be the most important thing in the world. But the most important thing in the world, as far as the Alamo is concerned, is to get on with this project and finish it. That's what's really important. We want to honor the Alamo. If we can't decide how to honor the Alamo, we dishonor the Alamo. We must continue to work together, and to get it done. I love the openness of the plaza again, free pedestrian access, that's wonderful. I like the idea very much of keeping cars out in as much as is possible. I like the idea of the historical parades being allowed to parade where they've always paraded since 1890 or so, part of history in and of itself. And also the retention of the Woolworth building, and recognizing that that too made history that we can be proud of. Obviously, we're very proud of the Alamo per se and the battle and so forth. But what happened in that Woolworth building is of historical significance because we had a peaceful integration of San Antonio when so much of the South was disgracing themselves. So that what happened? A man came in, an African American, and ordered a ham sandwich and a cup of coffee, and he got it. That was it. But that was a non-happening that was extremely important. So I'm glad that we are retaining that as a part of the entire historical picture, because it all goes together to reflect something on San Antonio. I might also say that it is wonderful to be shoulder to shoulder with Judge Nelson Wolff. We worked together ourselves on many, many projects, and it's a pleasure to be with him again today. So I congratulate all of you. Thank you, Councilwoman Villagran, for taking over this important job and leading it on to victory. On a personal note, I would say this. I hope everybody gets on with this and moves it, because when the Alamo plan is totally affected and open to the public, I do not wish to be a spectral presence. No, I want to be out there walking, yelling, and going into a beer afterwards for celebration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Harburger. Bexar County Judge Nelson Wolff. Judge will be followed by one of our ACAC members, Georgia Cisneros. Judge Wolff.
First of all, Mayor Nirenberg, thank you for resetting this plan and opening it up and taking another look. And thank the City Council. I think y'all have sat through 150 different meetings regarding the Alamo over the last several years. I know some of that had to be pretty painful. It's a great opportunity that you have before you now to reconsider what's going on. Now, Mayor Harburger and I guess you could say in one sense, we're sort of experts on the Alamo. If you add our years together, it's 166 years. We only missed the Battle of the Alamo by 19. So we came close collectively. The plaza, you know, I've always thought that that should remain open. It's one of our great historic meeting places that we have in the city. It's been there for 150 years. Just to see what happened on the plan up here, it's going to really be expanded and give a greater opportunity for people to come together. So many historic events have happened on that plaza as well as in the Alamo. And the Battle of Flowers Parade, I don't know how many I've ridden in, and I know you've ridden in a lot of them, Mayor. So has Phil Harburger. It's a warming feeling when you're coming down through that parade and you stop there at the Alamo and you lay a wreath there. And the Battle of Flowers was created that 130 years ago, principally to honor the heroes of the Alamo, of Goliad, of the Battle of San Jacinto. So thank you very much for preserving that, as well as other historic parades that may come by. I believe it was March 16th, 1960, when Richard Hunt came here, renowned African-American artist, and was there at that lunch counter when we integrated and when we did it in the right, correct way. They were honored when they came to that lunch counter. And what do we have today? We have the largest parade in the United States with the MLK parade recognizing our African American heritage. So we stood up as far back as 1960. And preserving that Woolworth building and doing that the right way is absolutely a great decision. So we really do support the Alamo Citizens Committee that's bringing these recommendations to you. Exciting to sit here and to see the design that goes through and how it just transforms that area and even makes it better as a great walkable city here in San Antonio. So we hope that you're able to support it, and we thank your tremendous hard work over the years to bring us to this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Judge Wolf. All right, George Cisneros. Mr. Cisneros, you'll be followed by a group. Chairwoman Torres, Mary Jane Martinez, and Rhett Smith.
First of all, I want to say thank you to you, Mayor, and to Judge Wolf. You all have been the guiding light and the stability of this community for the last 13 months. Your leadership during this crisis is remarkable. You have done the best you could and defended San Antonio in every way possible. My schedule is now based upon 6:13 every day to watch the Ron and Nelson show. It is so comforting to see you guys, like Franklin Roosevelt with his Fireside radio program. We depend on you, and thank you two guys very much for your leadership on this matter. Now, ahead of us, we have a project which is almost too big to fail. We're moving into one of those worlds now. So we have to be very careful about how we address the details. First of all think that it is important to credit the people who've gotten here this far. Roberto, thank you very much for your leadership on version 1. I do want to apologize on behalf of the intelligent people of our state on the bad behavior that was directed towards you at the historical meeting last fall. You became the punching bag for misinformed politicians who don't like San Antonio, and you took the flak, and my respect for you is very high. These are the same people who are suing my police chief, and I just think that thank you very much. I want to thank the new chair of who brought us to version 2, Councilman Villagran, for your leadership. In 50 days, you've taken us from here and from there to where we are today. Sue-Ann, remarkable. I don't know where you're at today. And Aranetta, I know you're watching on TV. You've been the cultural leader and kind of the voice of conscience in San Antonio since before the Carver was even founded as a cultural center. Thank you for your work. I want to thank you also to my councilwoman. She appointed me to the committee, Sherry Gonzalez. Prior to your phone call, I went to confession, and the priest said, "You must accept the call for Shirley Gonzalez for your penance." And sure enough, within a few days, you called. So I think you had something planned. But this has been a great experience, great educational. Laurie, you're fantastic, and Rhea, amazing. So let's get down to my concerns. There's 2 left that we have to be conscious of. This is a 3-legged stool. The city, GLO, Alamo Endowment. The weak leg is Alamo Endowment. When I saw to be determined on the budget, I went, oh man, we gotta pay attention to that. I want to thank the conversation with the Councilman Villagran that y'all are going to put a timeline on the Alamo Endowment. We cannot be stuck with a black hole where they don't come through with the money and we just keep pouring down a money pit if we don't get their full support. The second thing is I want to thank Andy and Eric on dressing up Section 15 in the lease. It was very good, the changes you made. However, I noticed that the thing that concerned me most was moved from Section 15 to Section 2. Section 205. And I think I would like, and I encourage some council person to make a motion about Section 2.05 that will allow for the sale of Alamo Plaza to the state of Texas 46 years and 3 months from now. It could happen. A council that is not as enlightened and educated as this one may decide they want to make a new sports facility. So let's sell Alamo Plaza and make a racetrack that, you know, has some, or do something. You know, we have to protect Alamo Plaza. I do think we have to say that the city of San Antonio will retain ownership of Alamo Plaza in perpetuity. And there's nothing, that is the flat line. We own Alamo Plaza forever. We should take out Section 2.05 and reword it so that ownership always will be with San Antonio. We do not know how councils and mayors, or we may have consolidated government by then. In 96 years and 3 months from now, we may even have a situation where the state of Texas is divided into smaller states. It's in the Constitution. It's in the treaty that allowed the state of Texas to become part of the United States. The state could be divided by 5 into 5 slave-owning. I'm sorry, we won't go there. 5 states. We don't know. So if we own the land in perpetuity, we don't have to face those temptations in the future. I have 56 seconds left. Thank you very much for this time. If there are any questions, I'm not one to back off. So if not, I'll leave it there. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. D2, I love you. Mr. Courage, you're a historian. Stay in touch. Wear purple more often. My wife is a military brat, and they lived in 11 cities before they ended up here, and I was lucky enough to marry her. He's gone. But Judge Wolf, thank you also. 18 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cisneros. The timer was a little late on starting. So. All right, we have a group now. Chairwoman Torres, Mary Jane Martinez, and Rhett Smith. You all have 9 minutes, and will be followed by Ron Rocha. Chairwoman Torres, Mary Jane Martinez, and Rhett Smith.
Council and Mayor, we haven't seen you in 2 years, so I had to write it. Bet on you, Villagrán. You're doing a horrible job, Villagrán. Shame on you. We are the Pacoche Indian First Nation. We are sovereign, self-determination, inherent people. We are lineal descendants from the Alamo Mission. We entered an Indian Treaty Agreement in 1740 year. Again, I'm Chairwoman Torres. We are the principles, the medicine, the healing, and the prayers of the sanctity of the Alamo people. I am the diplomat representative of a maternal Pacoche tribe, the tribal preservation officer, the tribal Nayapra, Laizon. We are the UNESCO World Heritage San Antonio Mission's Indigenous Working Committee. We inscribe. I work on that inscription for 3 years. This is a formal notice to cease and desist. You have violated the pledge. The Intertribal Agreement, Ordinance 79-745. You don't have to do no more research. You have all the burials. We consult with you. You invite us, and you give us notice of the pledge. It's 80 pages with all the burial records. You don't have to research anymore. You have desecrated since 2015 the burial grounds. We told you to stop it. You did not. We had give you the proclamation and the declaration of war on 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015. We also met with GLO, with Jerry Patterson, over 3 hours consultation. It's a long story that you, the new chic ladies, councilwomen, new ones, don't know the story. Stop your fairy tale. This is a burial ground, the whole site. You have violated the pledge, the sanctity, or praying generations as a gift or ceremonial peyote at the Alamo with peyote people. We have asked President Biden a congressional investigation and also declared the site, since the previous administration, I don't know why, Trump declared national cemetery. President Biden entered the memorandum, the 3 executive orders, January the 21st, again restated the 2020 executive order of secret grounds or secret sites, and also our sovereignty as an Indian nation. You do not have title of this land. I already told you many times. You must prove it. You must prove. Shame on you, Andy. You need to be fired. Same Lori, fire. And you don't do it, then you need to be fired as a city manager. You must prove you have the color of the title. We asking the international tribunals or Aboriginal, Indigenous, International, self-determination, self-existence, you have violated the pledge. Shame on you, you went to Germany. Very comfortable, right, Villagrán? Lozoya might be upside down, your ancestral. I suggest the Creek case versus Oklahoma, the return of the land to the tribe. Cease and desist. Item 4, the agreement, the draft agreement. Section 6D, management and use of premises, excluding all of us. How dare you? Only the Alamo defenders, we are with them. We are brothers and sisters. AIT, shame. We don't have Indians that go and desecrate their own tombs. Ramon Vasquez is not lineal descendants. The records are clearly, where's Randy Barnes? Nayapra. He's also not Nayapra like me. Spanish, they're Spanish. Again, we don't want the closing of Crockett, Houston, no trees that will entangle the burials, no paving markers. Come on. It's a cemetery, the whole site. The plaza, the compound of the site itself, and the plaza was a church where my ancestors were converted. You have the records, again, and you still keep recognizing 1730, Canary Islanders. Come on, 30 of our chiefs are buried. We know their names, you have the names. I read you last time the Santos Sacramentos, si no se acuerdan, if you don't remember. This is a RICO, and I finish, act criminal violation. You racketeering, organized crime. Thank you, Mr. Perry, and John Courage to say no. The cenotaph would not be moved, not even half-inch. You have not completed 300 pages of the report, only a 40-page sloppy report. Shame on Kramer and Hildebrand. They're just collecting the money. This is a cannibal, developers, cat fat, development, new development. This is an archaeological site. These two left, Nelson, Wolf, and I finish. And Phil Heiberger, they're the problem. They're the ones we sue the city for $100,000 in 2014 to cease and desist to put the David Alderman for 10th floor condominium on top of the Madre Acequia. It's gone. Graciela Sanchez before me sued the city to stop Greystar to destroy the beginning of the Acequia. It's gone. There was burials there where they put the David Alderman. We have the archaeological report. Here's, I think, the archaeology of GLO. Shame on you. And shame on you, Rogers. You've got a bad deal of dead people. So to finish, this is aberrant legally under NIAPRA. You desecrate, you keep desecrating bodies. 2015, after I talked to George Escarmea, I say, don't move on this. You are former UNESCO commissioner. You cannot do this to me. How much are they going to pay you? I said, they're going to pay you at least $2-3 million. Yeah, they did. But you don't do this. You're supposed to be on our side over our ancestors. So again, you know, this is irreversible permanent damage. This is not about winning. I'm the one that stopped the move of the cenotaph. I knew we will prevail for Bowie, for Crockett, for Travis. They died. They're part of our ancestors too. So again, ladies, you in La La Land, how many of your ancestors have died from COVID? 7, 8? I saw you all hugging, shaking hands. How dare you with this pandemic? I'm full vaccinated. I believe in science, and science is God. So again, what's going on? You have not consulted with us. What about David Tyler from NIAPRA? He is the enforcer of NIAPRA. This is a burial ground. I already told Harburger, don't get in the way. You already get in the way and finish. He did it 20 years ago with Capricious Linda Harburger. And he's the one that brought Scully and all these people. $10 million to remodel this burial to San Fernando? He did not need not even $500,000. Just here is what they did 20 years ago. Not in the heart of the secret ground of Alamo Plaza. No matter how Glory presented and Kramer here run this project, this is totally disgraceful. I have gone 10 years because I knew that's how what you would take. I don't care, it's $1 billion, this project. This is my ancestors. Eripiame, Pacochetti, Lijaya, Chisborrado, Chairman Martinez. Ron can track his records like Mary Jane 300-400 years. I'm serious. He's a liar, Malaquita.
I didn't get to speak. I want to have my time. My name is Mary Jane Martinez. As a clan mother, I am sovereignty, cultural, and tribal affiliation of the Borado Nation, of our people's original lands. I am here as a direct lineal descendant, diplomatic representative. How many of you can say you're diplomatic representative? How many? None, right? But we are. Of our original first people of the missions of the Alamo and all the missions here, which used to be Turtle Island, if you're not familiar with Turtle Island. And so, who were here in what today is known as San Antonio, Texas, long before the invading, land-grabbing Europeans arrived. What you all are doing at the Alamo is criminal collusion. All of y'all. Every single one of you. And I'm glad you were against, Mr. Perry, I'm glad you were against the cenotaph. With intent to disappear our first people's human remains from the sacred Native American burial grounds so you can commercially develop said burial grounds for profit, Villagrán. As you did in 1994, when you clearly, the city of San Antonio clearly disappeared the 37 human remains from the Alamo grounds in one single plot. Does anybody know where the 37 Native American human remains are? Does anybody here? Do you remember that in 1994? Because if you're from here and you're the original people from the Alamo and from the missions, you would know this. They are buried at San Fernando off of Castroville Road in one plot, thrown like just thrown in there. I'm sure if our family members passed away with all this COVID, are we just going to throw them all in one plot? Shame on all of y'all. Shame on y'all. Again, you're not stopping me. Again, to declare it is not a cemetery. And that's what y'all are doing, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. If you have written comments, you can submit them to the council. We'll make sure they're distributed.
And y'all respect it?
Ms.
Please
Martinez,
give us the respect.
we gave you
Give me
way
the
more
respect.
time already. If you have written comments, we can get them to the clerk and they'll be distributed to the college.
It is the defrauding identity theft of our first original Native American people, and in which spirits will be disturbed due to such horrific greed against our ancestors' remains. Ms. Villagrán.
Ms. Martinez.
Today, I am here as sovereign and self-determination to speak for our ancestors and exercise, maintain explicit of rights clause in the Borado Nation demand to cease and desist. Reminding city mayor, city attorney, mayor, city manager, city council, you all are in violation of our filings and the treaty de Guadalupe Hidalgo, Articles 7 and 9. And 1979, NAGRAPA, Native American Graves Protection and Reparations Act. That this nation has also treated and totally dishonoring 500 other treaties that have declared open season on the grave robbing of our sacred ancestors' burial grounds. Treat them like roadkill is what they did. Furthermore, the World Heritage nomination, Villagrán, then you would remember who I was. I sat on the working committee, and you all just ignored us. You took our family's history, and you guys took off to Europe. Y'all left, without us. No one came back to thank the families, the original people that were here.
Ms. Martinez, I'm going to ask you to wrap up your comments now.
Nomination is fraud upon the courts because the Alamo grounds rest upon a blood-carpeted battlefield with more than 1,400 meticulously documented historical burial sites. And I'm closing right now because I'm stopping. I would like to have that respect. But may the spirits, and you remember my words, I'm from the Borado Nation, and I speak for my people. May the spirit of our ancestors haunt you all for the desecration of our sacred burial grounds. May it haunt you all. I don't know if you remember during the Red Moon, we had a medicine man that came out here and he did the danza on the Red Moon. And guess what happened? The two men that were excavating fell in the hole. And you know why that is? Because it was sacred grounds. And you all, it should be ashamed of yourselves. If you have children and y'all are from here, come on, this is our history. Why are you wanting to excavate and remove human remains that belong where they're at? I'm sure you're not going to go to a cemetery and remove whatever's there.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez.
Just so you can build commercial.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. All right, Ron. Understand there are 3 minutes for individuals and 9 minutes for groups. So, Mr. Rocha, you'll have 3 minutes. You'll be followed by Fidel Castillo.
May I make a very short comment before I start?
Speak louder. Speak louder.
You have 3 minutes, Mr. Rocha.
May I make a very short comment before I start?
You'll have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. I appeal to your moral ethics, your professional ethics, and to your education. Your presenter made a presentation well over a half an hour, and you give me 3 minutes to defend the rights of my people. I ask no more than the time that you allowed Hardberger and Wolf to speak. I think that that is equal.
Go ahead and make your comments, Mr. Rocha.
I am my name is Ronald Rocha and Jacqueline Moya. We are direct lineal descendants of the Celaya Malaquita Garza clan, the first mission Indians who built the first mission in Mier, Mexico, and in Roma, Texas. Our ancestors founded Roma. We are from the Barrera family here in town that y'all know, and from Henry Guerra, the announcer's family. We are Native American. We have to prove nothing to nobody. Unlike Ramon Vasquez, that you consult, and you told me we only consult with AIT. He is not a Native American. I came to you. I have been to your office every month for 5 years requesting my Native American consultation. You have not as much as given me the courtesy of a phone call. And I am here to tell you that, as Marlon Brando stated when he refused his Oscar, what the Department of Education and the film industry has done to the Native American people is criminal. What y'all are doing is no less criminal than what the Nazis did to the Jews. You are exterminating the historical footprint of our people who founded San Antonio so that you can lie to the world that the Canary Islanders founded it. All they did is commercially develop it. That's it. Furthermore, by removing the graves from the Alamo, you are erasing our anthropological footprint, erasing our existence, that we exist as a people. And furthermore, I'm going to advise you that the word Mexica, as in Hernan Cortes's journals when he arrived, identified the Mexica as the native people of the country. The Spaniards called them Mexicano. What does that mean? That every Mexican is a Native American. That is the defrauding of the identity of our people by erasing our anthropological footprint. What are you going to tell your grandchildren? And your grandchildren, we're not Mexicans, we're Latinos, we're Hispanics from a country that does not exist on the map? This is what you are doing.
Ms. Moya, are you also you are signed up to speak,
She's
correct?
going to give me her minutes.
I'm going to give him my minutes.
Okay, go ahead. And I'm not going to cut you off, Mr. Rocha, but please, again, we do have many citizens who want to sign up to speak.
Okay. What this has done to our people is that western expansion, what was it? The takeover of Mexico. All the Indians that were on westward expansion, where are they? They're on reservations in Oklahoma. And they will not admit that they are Mexican. They are all Mexican. They all speak from the root of the languages of the Olmeca language. All northern tribes. They're all Mexican. We are denied this. By you erasing those graves, you are denying your children's children and my grandchildren that right to claim that we are Native American and erasing our possibilities of claiming that with the Bureau of Indian Affairs. And it's mandated by very few people. The crimes here that are being committed are the worst crimes against humanity of ethnicize. You are erasing the identity of our people, the Mexican from San Antonio, calling him Latino and Hispanic. And now we're being elevated to Latinx. This is what this achieves. Would you do this to Gettysburg battlefield? No, you wouldn't. And it is a Slavic, blood-carpeted battlefield, just like the Alamo, where the treasonous Texas Mexican citizens who abandoned their American citizenship to become Mexicans turned their back and committed treason against Mexico, and that's why the battle was fought here. It's a historical battlefield. The Catholic Church has documented all of the graves there, yet you wish to handle these, and you're turning them over to Ramon Vasquez that is not a Native American. How much monies has the city awarded their group, AIT, in grants? Would you consider this bought and paid for Indians that work with you, that only you consult, you totally exclude us, you do not include us? We want to sit on this board. We demand that we sit on this board. We, as a group, all who spoke here, with the Native American Nations Council appear on the World Heritage inscription. Ramon and his group are not there. Will you give us that right? We demand our place. My grandmother, Maria Latigo Hernandez, appears on the book 300 Famous Texas Women. In the first paragraph, she states, we must reclaim our indigenous roots. She also founded LULAC. None of y'all know who she is, because that's what the Department of Education does. It down-dumbs us. It down-dumbs the Mexican to believe he's Latino and Hispanic, has no association with the history. You are contributing to it.
Thank you, Mr. Rocha. Thank you, Ms. Moya. Okay, we'll move now to Fidel Castillo. Is Mr. Castillo here? I don't see him. All right. Ernest Moya? He has to be present in order to cede his time. Is Ernest Moya here? Okay. Luis Pera? Luis Pera? Jack Finger? Mr. Finger, you'll be followed by Don Dixon. Mr. Finger, you'll have 3 minutes. You know those rules.
Well, Mr. Mayor Hardberger, Mr. Mayor Ron Nierenberg, and other members of our illustrious San Antonio City Council. For the record, my name is Jack M. Finger. And Mr. Mayor, if you're wondering why the previous speakers were abusing their time, it's only because you allowed Hardberger and Cisneros and Wolf to unlimited time, and they didn't even sign up, to my knowledge. Yes. Anyway, this plan, you say the Alamo was hollow ground. Well, you're right, Mr. Mayor. 30 million Texans would agree with that statement. But it's obvious that you guys don't believe in it, at least not most of you anyway. I mean, if you did believe in it, you would have not tried moving the cenotaph as you tried to do 2 or 3 years ago. It's a real travesty when the only time citizens have a victory is when they defeat you guys, our elected representatives, and even then only by going over your head, with the state coming down and saying no. So what? And then the process, the committee that you had, that they supposedly had a sham of a public hearing, that only happened if you had a computer and only virtually. And it's even then, it's obvious they weren't listening to the citizens. So what is wrong with what you're trying to do here? Mr. Audiovisual Man, scroll down to the bottom star there if you can read it there. I don't know if it's a little blurry there. Yeah, just know that's about the closure of the streets there. That is your very own document there. Hard to see, it's still kind of washed out, but just know that it says closing Alamo Street. Okay, return the camera to the microphone if you would. Yeah, return the camera to the microphone. I'm sorry, do you realize the Alamo is not a tall building? People cannot see it from a distance. No, that's why you need Alamo Street to have visitors drive by it, become inspired to see it, and park their cars and want to walk to it. That's why you need to keep Alamo Street open. And then the public, the First Amendment areas that you have, 50, 100 feet south of the Alamo, I'm sorry, that's a joke too. No, we don't, and those who want to have ceremonies and so forth, commemorations and so forth in front of the Alamo on Main Plaza, they can't do it. They can't even do it near the cenotaph. Who's going to decide who has what ceremonies where there, huh? the gathering place and back of the Alamo? Well, that's the crock that it is as well. No, I'm sorry, there are too many defects with this. Please, scotch it, open up Alamo Street, and loosen up the First Amendment area.
Thank you, Mr. Finger. All right, Don Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Don Dixon. I'm representing myself. And there's a flaw in this plan that you really need to look at. As someone said, I think it was Mayor Hardberger, we all love the Alamo. And we don't want to do anything that would harm the Alamo. But you need to look at the history. In 1994, the city tried to close some streets in front of the Alamo. And the daughters hired Sam Dibble, a local attorney, to represent them to make sure that they did not close streets in front of the Alamo, because he said in his testimony, or in his presentation to the council, is that the daughters depend upon access and visibility in order to encourage people to come, buy gifts, and then that's the way they support the support of the Alamo. So, in closing the streets, you really hurt the Alamo. People, in all due respect to the architects that made the presentation, having a walkable space doesn't fly really well in San Antonio when it's 100 degrees. People want to come to see the Alamo. They want to be able to drive by and see it, then come and then learn the history about the freedom that these heroes fought to get the Republic of Texas. So make sure, we all love the Alamo and we want this plan to be right. But for the plan to be right, you have to have access and a visibility to the Alamo by leaving all the streets open so people can get to the Alamo and see it. And then also make sure, now there's someone referenced the free speech area. We must have the free speech area right in front of the Alamo, as it has been for all those many, 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 many years. If you have free speech, it's got to be just like they did in 1936 when FDR came in his limousine and spoke 10 feet in front of the door of the Alamo, and when Reagan came in 1980 and spoke as president right in front of the Alamo. This is very important also. So make sure in your plan with the state that these items are protected. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. All right, we're going to get now into the council conversation, so we'll start with Councilmember Villagran.
Thank you, Mayor, very much, and I would like to thank everybody for coming out here and making their public comments. It's very important. First, we are at a moment, and Eric Kramer made that statement about the delineation when he was giving his presentation, but I want to make it today as the decision that we have at hand. This is a moment of transition, and I need to give big thanks to all of the members and the individuals who have been a part of this process, who have wanted to be a part of this process, working together collaboratively and move this forward. I'd like to thank Francisco Gonima, who has been our great facilitator and has helped us keep the main thing in our meetings. Thank you, Mayor, for the appointment to serve and the willingness to give me the opportunity to serve and work in this capacity. Thank you to Lori Houston and for her diligence in her work and for taking direction from all of us. I appreciate that. Thank you to Andy Segovia, who, as a native San Antonian, this is just as important to you as to everybody else. I have to thank our team, my support team. Thank you, Kelly Alcocer, on my team, who I tapped to help me with this as we maneuvered through this. She herself is a descendant from the indigenous families at Mission San Jose. And thank you, too, to Rhea Roberts, who has been there supporting all of us at all of the meetings. Thank you for your work. Appreciate that. Today, San Antonio City Council has an opportunity for a new lease agreement that will incorporate the latest design concepts for the Alamo Plan. This is the first step in moving the Alamo Plan forward and is a pivotal moment for the City of San Antonio and the state of Texas. Stepping into this role as tri-chair of the Alamo Citizens Advisory Committee and the Alamo Management Committee on March 1st, we've taken it together, reset the process, and rebuild relationships with the rebuilding of relationships with the Alamo Citizens Advisory Committee has been paramount. Together with the other tri-chairs, the incomparable Araneta Pierce and Sue Ann Pemberton, and our facilitator, Francisco Gonima, we set out a course of action. And for several weeks, we led and navigated collaborative meetings that have been transparent with the Alamo Citizens Advisory Committee and our community partners to propose an agreement that reflects many of our community's ideas. I wanted to say that again. One thing, Lori, I wanted you to discuss a little bit when we're talking about rebuilding relationships and reestablishing relationships. About the collections building, just yesterday, I wanted to also note that you went up and gave a briefing about this plan to the Executive Committee of the Texas Historical Commission. It was just a briefing in order to reestablish relationships of how we are moving forward from here. That meeting, we made sure that we let our Alamo Citizens Advisory Committee members know that it was taking place. They had the link in order to watch it if they wanted to. And we make sure that we are inviting Kate Rogers to come and brief the Alamo Citizens Advisory Committee on this collections building, so we can just know where we're going and how we're moving forward to rebuild and reestablish relationships. As a native San Antonian and heritage to Tejano defender Toribio Lozoya, this role is special, personal, critical, and I take this very seriously. This project is a tremendous opportunity to tell the whole story of the Alamo while elevating a world-class experience for visitors and residents alike. And I'm ensuring that the plaza will be kept open for people to maintain that connectivity, and the site will allow for a sense of arrival. In addition, this expansion of the cultural landscape of the Alamo will connect to our other very important historic sites throughout San Antonio to tell the whole story. And that is to connect to our 4 other missions south of San Antonio, connect to La Villita, connect to the first two sites of the Alamo, connect to San Fernando Cathedral that was established even before the Battle of 1836. The proposed Alamo plan maintains that the Woolworth and Crockett building will be repurposed and plans to continue to use the vision and guiding principles moving forward. The vision and guiding principles that include conversations from the 1994 plan to 2014. I also wanted to make mention to all of the community supporters that have come back and sent letters of support and letters that say, we are going to work together through this. Just like the Alamo, this project, all of this project and process, did not belong to one person. This is a collaborative effort, and once again, San Antonio and our stakeholders are working together to make sure our legacy and the story of so many is told. The work is not over, and with the approval of this agreement, we will continue to work on this archival investigation and regroup with our Alamo Citizens Advisory Committee to review the interpretive plan. And I think the Alamo Citizens Advisory Committee members, I want to thank them for stepping forward to committing to recalibrate this process. I want to thank them for welcoming me and the other tri-chairs to jump in to have these critical conversations, and to get to an even better plan, which includes our local tribal communities. The Alamo Citizens Advisory Committee with the city's manager office will continue with the updates throughout this whole presentation. I hope my colleagues can see that we took your concerns, your questions, we implemented them in this lease agreement. We are at this pivotal moment, and I'm looking forward to the remainder of your questions. But with that, Mayor, I move to approve.
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second for approval of item 4. Thank you, Councilmember Villagran. We'll move now to Councilmember Courage.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to begin by commending the effort of so many people who've worked on this for such a long time, including Councilman Trevino, who dedicated several years of his service on the council to trying to come up with a plan that would help to restore, maintain, and promote the Alamo. I want to thank really Councilwoman Villagran for the leadership she has provided over the last few months that I think has helped turn the corner. Definitely her and the Management Committee and the Citizens Advisory Committee and the design team have, I think, put together a very worthy plan for this council to support. And I strongly support the new proposed plan. I believe it honors the guiding principles that were established years ago, and it honors the first peoples who've lived and worked and developed San Antonio for centuries. You know, I'm a former history teacher, and for many years I took literally hundreds of students through the Alamo. And I always considered it a great experience. And I was always surprised, though, when I heard that other people would come to San Antonio and they'd walk through the chapel and they'd walk through the grounds, and they'd say, well, is that all there is? But I came to recognize that, you know, maybe people expect more, and maybe they deserve more. And because of that, I've been a real advocate for restoring and maintaining the chapel and the long barracks and enhancing the whole experience. I think a big part of the future experience and the history lesson that people need to know about the Alamo is going to come to fruition through a museum. And I've strongly supported the idea of having a museum. I've also supported the idea of keeping the cenotaph where it is. I've also supported the Alamo Plaza remaining open to the public with unobstructed access. I've supported the continuation of the parades and the traditions that I think all San Antonios honor and regard as part of our heritage. And I think all of these things are being well served with the plan that's been presented to us today. It may not be perfect in the minds of everybody, and there certainly may be some additional factors that we look at and consider over time. I don't think this is set in stone to where we can't understand that there may be improvements that are needed and improvements that can be addressed in the future. But this is definitely an important step forward, and not just a step, but it's really kicking off the work that needs to be done and that will be done that's going to bring us to where we all want the Alamo to be and where we want the history of San Antonio to be. So I feel real good about everything I've heard today. One thing that I do have a concern about, and I know it's been mentioned, and that is the cenotaph. And you know, we heard about 2 years ago and a year ago, and you know, even shorter period than that, the cry, let's save the cenotaph. You know, and we heard that thousands of Texans were writing their legislator and writing us here saying, save the cenotaph. Well, we're saving the cenotaph. But now I think what we need to do is preserve the cenotaph. And by that, I recognize we don't have a financial plan yet and that we need to have one. But I suggested to Councilwoman Villagran that we initiate a citywide effort, a statewide effort, to have all those people who said, let's go ahead and save the cenotaph. Let's have them help preserve the cenotaph by sending financial support to ensure that we can restore and maintain that cenotaph just like we're going to do the Alamo. So that's my one recommendation, that your committee work on, and that the GLO work on, and that the public in Texas accept that challenge. And it's not to try and take any money away from the trust that's working to raise money for the museum and the other enhancements, but it's to focus on the one issue that was a rallying point that brought us to where we are today, and that is to save the cenotaph and preserve the cenotaph. So I just wanted to finish off with that comment. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Courage. Councilmember Trevino.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Mayor Hardberger, for your kind words. I appreciate the work of Councilmember Villagran over the recent months in the effort to get us here today. I can completely relate to the hard work this project and its stakeholders demand. I would also like to thank the members of the Citizens Advisory Committee, many of whom have been invested in this project for many years. I support the direction the design is going, the changes that have been presented. We knew as a result of the denial of the permit request by THC, the design would have to change. However, I have several concerns about the lease agreement that leave me uneasy. After all, we are making a 100-year decision. I want to be clear. I support the direction that we're going on the design for the project, but I do not want the fact that we are voting on a 100-year lease to be obscured by discussions of design. My issue is with the terms of the amended lease. What is the rush to approve this item? Today, we are voting on amending the lease agreement and operating agreement between the city and the GLO that facilitates the incorporation and implementation of the revised Alamo plan. Given a decision of this importance, why then was the amended and restated ground lease only provided to this council afternoon on Monday, less than 72 hours before council was scheduled to vote on this item? This is arguably the city's highest profile contractual agreement, and yet we are not given enough time to properly review the actual lease. Additionally, a red line copy of the lease that was requested and promised at B session last week was not provided until yesterday afternoon after 2 p.m. while we were in B session. This does not give us and our staffs the opportunity to review the materials and understand the changes. I'm not sure about my colleagues, but I find these details troubling. I still come back to the notion that we're making a decision that will bind us for 100 years. You have yet to be provided a breakdown as to how some of our $38 million investment has and will be spent. Part of the $38 million project budget was originally earmarked for construction on Lozoya Street to convert it to a two-way traffic to compensate the closure of Alamo Street. As a design professional, I have never been involved in a construction project that can significantly expand the scope of the project without expanding the budget. How can we take on the additional financial burden of improving the plaza without adding to the project budget? In this case, it's by omitting Lozoya Street from the project. So, by using those funds for the plaza construction, not Lozoya Street, we are within the original budget, but we have shrunk the scope of the project. To me, this smacks of a bait and switch. These changes will definitely affect area businesses. The magnitude of these effects are unknown, especially due to the traffic concerns caused by the premature closure of Alamo Street. As mentioned, Lozoya Street was originally included in the scope and budget of the project and was intended to be in the first phase of construction to create a northbound traffic flow. I'm concerned about what happened to the thorough traffic modeling done by Pape Dawson showing the traffic impacts as a result of closing South Alamo Street and the need to turn Lozoya into a two-way street. As a result of the traffic modeling and changes to the streets, a lot of time, care, and thoughtfulness was spent to ensure the affected businesses were included in the planning efforts to address their concerns and minimize the negative impact to them. With the proposed June 1st closure of Alamo Street, my fear is there is no plan to ensure already suffering downtown businesses can receive deliveries so they can operate. Last week, several of my council colleagues voiced a variety of concerns that have not been fully addressed. How can we guarantee the programming in the plaza will be in alignment with the vision and guiding principles? Under the terms of this lease, we do not have those assurances. There were concerns about First Amendment space. If we control our own property, we can set those rules that will work best for us. The $250 million to $300 million in private investment in this project has not and will not be raised. This is well over half of the total project costs. With no assurances that a museum will even be built, the size and scope of this project is no longer $450 million. It's much less. As of this morning, there have been no bills brought forth to this legislative session that will fund a museum. And if I'm not mistaken, it has passed the deadline to file bills effectively ensuring that state dollars promised by the Lieutenant Governor will not materialize, leaving the project without a world-class museum we were promised. The what if the state fails to execute its responsibilities enumerated in the lease? Questions have never been fully answered. Even with a date specific in section 2.02D, the city will still have to close Alamo Street, effectively giving the state parcel B and have leased parcel A to the state until 2068. There are too many important and unanswered questions regarding the lease, and this council has not had adequate time to review the red line lease. The terms of the amended lease are onerous and disadvantageous to the city of San Antonio. There is still a $50 million penalty in the lease should the city unwind the lease, on top of the fact that we are now paying for all the improvements on the plaza. The state suffers no such penalty and does not even have to deliver on the terms of the lease to a date certain. This lease amendment is a bad deal for the city, a bad deal financially, a potentially bad deal culturally, and maybe a bad deal legally. We have a fiduciary responsibility to the citizens of our city, and I cannot support entering into a lease because it does not align with our duty of loyalty and our duty of care. We, as the fiduciary for the city, must act diligently on behalf of our citizens. By approving this lease amendment, I do not believe we are acting in that stead. We simply need more time to deliberate this decision. Therefore, given the weak performance deadlines for the state to execute its requirements, the cost burden to design and build this project falls squarely on the city. The fact the city is funding all improvements of Alamo Plaza and then must pay the state $50 million if the city decides to reclaim management of Alamo Plaza due to the state not building a world-class museum. In fact, the closure of Alamo Street seems premature at best and is perhaps unwarranted. And the fact that according to the terms of this lease, the city gives up its property rights to the state for 100 years. I move to delay this item and send it to the first B session in May so we can have time to review the amended lease, review the red line lease, have our questions and answers answered, and allow the public an opportunity to review the proposal.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second for delay of this item to the first B session in May, so discussion will resume on that motion. Are there any council members who would like to discuss the motion to delay? Councilmember Perry.
Thank you, sir. You know, we've worked on this project, gosh, ever since I've been elected, since 2017, and very deliberate discussions, a lot of meetings, and I voted against the first time, and here we are at this juncture again. And I agree 100% with Councilman Trevino that this amended lease, I haven't had a chance to go through and look at it in detail to make sure that I agree with it. We've quickly gone through it, but to look at this project and the importance of this project, we should be given that opportunity to look at it very, very closely to make sure that I don't have any questions with it and I agree with it. So that's the reason I'm supporting this, this amendment. There's nothing, in my view, that is forcing us to make this decision today, this quickly, to make this next step that is, again, going to affect us for over 100 years. So I'd like that opportunity to sit back and take a closer look at this amended lease and have that opportunity to make comments on it also. So that's why I'm seconding it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Perry. Councilmember Villagran.
Thank you, Mayor. Andy, I have some questions about the original lease. How many changes were made from the original lease in this current lease?
I haven't counted them all, Councilwoman, but I mean, I'm looking at it now. There's I would say, again, just looking at it visually, I would say that 70% to 80% of it is of what we have is either in the original lease or some things we took out only because from a time standpoint they no longer made sense. So
thank you.
It's not a complete revision of it. It's strictly those that revisions that needed to be done to fit the plan that this council saw today.
And in this new plan that the council is looking at today, we're looking at not lowering the grade. We're looking at putting a time certain on here. That gives us the extra protection that we didn't have in the original lease.
We did have a date certain in the previous lease. We've actually moved that up and now tied it to funding and design, which I think is better off for the city. And I do want to clarify something though, Councilwoman. If they don't meet that time frame of January, I think it's January 2026, and we then don't have a legal obligation to lease parcel B, that in no way triggers the $50 million payment. That is just not correct.
Thank you very much for that clarification. And I know that we did send this out originally on Monday because what had to happen last week was also we had to go to the state and talk to make sure that they were in agreement with this to work through these items.
Yes, and if I may, Councilman, up until Sunday evening, we were making changes based on some of the comments and concerns some of the council members had.
So I would not characterize this as a rush because we've been working on this since 2014, and we voted on 70 to 80% of this original lease, which we now have more firm direction with this community and with more input from our colleagues, all of our colleagues, and with more input from the Alamo Citizens Advisory Committee members. I want to thank everyone who did communicate with me to talk about what were the changes in this 23-page document that we did send out, and all of those changes which were hit the points that we needed to. I don't see the need for a delay, Mayor, because we have been working on this for quite a while. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Villagran. Anyone else on this motion? Anyone? Councilmember Trevino.
Thank you, Mayor. Andy, did you receive any calls recently regarding legal concerns from the Alamo Trust?
Yes, we did on one of the provisions in the lease, right?
And is this council aware of what the nature of that is?
No, because it was a very, very specific issue relating to the listing of the events.
Do you not think they should be aware of what those concerns might be?
frankly, I don't think it's substantive enough that I can certainly alert the council in executive session, but I don't think it's substantive enough to impact the consideration of the lease.
Well, then I would just make the request that you alert this council about the concern that was brought to you.
I certainly will.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else on the motion to delay? Councilmember Sandoval.
Hi, Mayor, I have a lot of comments, but I'll save them for when we come back. Great work. I love the changes in the lease. If there is something in the lease that we can only discuss in executive session, I would like to request that we just go ahead and get that out of the way so that we can feel comfortable with our vote when we come back. That would be my suggestion.
Okay, Councilmember Villagran.
Well, I just want to know, is there somebody from Alamo Trust here who can address it if they have an issue?
Why don't we let Andy, if it is.
Okay.
I can try. Let me try to address it, Councilwoman, in a way that doesn't require legal analysis and in-depth legal advice. The concern had to do with the listing of the events that we have that were accommodations to a number of groups. As this council knows, a couple of those groups have active litigation both with the city and with the trust. And there was some concern from lawyers for the Alamo Trust that by including those events, somehow it would undermine a litigation position. We kept the listing of events in there because our view is that we need to accommodate versus taking a hard stance, and we wanted to make sure that the language in the lease created an opportunity for resolution of those absent of litigation. So we did not, we kept the events there, and again, our intention was to open an avenue of communication, open an avenue so that hopefully these issues that are currently in litigation can be resolved.
Great, thank you very much. I think that's an important move forward, and I think that it just speaks to the willingness to continue to collaborate and work together on this. So thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Villagran. Anyone else on the delay? To speak on the delay?
Thank you. Mayor, I just wanted to acknowledge that we did get the strikeout underlined version a little bit later, but I still had an opportunity to go ahead and walk through that, and I did send some questions to the councilwoman, to my staff, and I had a dialogue with Andy earlier today to go through some final questions that I had, about 5 or 6 of them, and he has accommodated my inquiries. Andy, would you be able to share what we discussed, please?
Absolutely, Councilwoman. We talked about making sure that when we talked about the archival committee, that we identify that as an archival committee and not the city's committee. You made a couple of typos that we identified that we'll correct, and thank you for that. We also talked about the plan. The revised plan is not an attachment. But we'll talk to the GLO about either attaching what the council saw today or make a reference to the presentation as a framework for going forward. We did talk about that. We also talked about 8.0, I think. Oh, that was the plan. I think that was the plan. Did I miss anything, Councilwoman?
The funding by the GLO and the date certain.
Oh, that's right. The date certain, again, the date certain is January 1, 2026, by which GLO will have to have both the design approved and both committed funding. And if they don't meet that, then the city no longer has an obligation to lease parcel B. And that actually moves that decision point up, because had we relied, for example, on construction, then that time frame would have been much further out. So the point is, we will learn earlier on rather than later on whether there is actually going to be a museum and visitor center. So I thought that was a major improvement to what we had before. And then on the funding, we have committed funding by both the city and the GLO. There is language there that talks about operations and management of the premises, but that does not mean that, for example, because it is a long-term lease, once, for example, the state spends $108 million, they still would be committed to operate and maintain the lease premises, and actually they'll have obviously an obligation to maintain the owned premises because there's provisions in the lease that talk about managing the premises. And so they'll have a continuing obligation to do that, as will the city will have a continuing obligation to manage that property we control.
Thank you, Andy. And then the last thing is there was talk about security, but that we were responsible for providing security in only one part of the plaza. And I had wanted you to clarify who was responsible for security in the rest of the plaza.
Correct. We had a provision in there because that was something that GLO had pointed out in terms of there were concerns with the southern part, because that's really more where the city controlled property is. But we'll certainly talk to them because there's really no need to limit it to that. We can provide, security to those areas that we control, obviously, and we'll coordinate with the GLO. They'll have the obligation to provide security for those parts of the premises that they control, like the church, the Long Barracks, etc.
Thank you, Ari. Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Sandoval. Councilmember Courage.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say I had an opportunity to read the whole agreement, and I did, and I really understood very clearly everything that was in there. But for the public, I think it's important to clarify what we heard mentioned a few minutes ago about how the city could possibly be penalized $50 million. Can you clarify under what circumstances that could possibly occur?
I will, Councilman, and before I do that, I'll give you the context of why that provision is in there. If the council remembers, the original position of the state was they wanted to own the property outright. And so initially, when we were first talking about the Alamo plan, their idea was for us, the city, to convey that property, fee simple, to sell them the property, and so that we would not own any of it. We countered that we wanted a long-term lease. The reason we wanted a long-term lease is we wanted to make sure we had some avenue to make sure that the obligations that the state was taking on, we would have some leverage in terms of making sure that they lived up to those obligations. That's why it's a long-term lease versus a conveyance of property. A very legitimate and reasonable concern that the state had was, what if we enter into a long-term lease and then 2 years later, 5 years later, a new city council just unilaterally decides we don't like the lease and we're going to try to terminate it again, but it says termination without cause. And
what does that mean?
That means that if we try to terminate it and the state is living up to their obligations under the lease, in other words, they're not at fault, they're completely complying with all their obligations. If we try to terminate it, despite the fact they are in full compliance, that's the only time that $50 million penalty comes in. And again, that's there so the state is protected from the investments they're making in the property, on the premises, and to assure that there's not some change of mind later on that's not based on non-compliance.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no additional discussion on the motion to delay, we will take up that motion now. So there is a motion and a second to delay this item to a B session. A yes is to delay, a no is to move forward with the discussion today. Please vote.
No.
Councilmember Plies, could you voice vote?
Yeah, I tried no. I don't know what's going on. No.
A yes vote is to delay. A no vote is to continue the discussion today.
Can you hear me? Anybody?
Okay, motion fails. So the discussion will resume. We still have the queue. So let me now turn the floor to Councilmember Andrew Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to all of my council colleagues. When you haven't been here at the inception of things and you're continuing to learn and it's continuing to change and you continue to have the questions, but what I see is that we are working in a collaborative effort. I want to thank my District 2 appointee, Mr. Anthony Edwards, who continues to make his voice and his history of the Alamo known to the city of San Antonio. To all of our residents and those who spoke today about their heritage and their legacy and their ancestors, let us not forget that we as a Black community understand you fully. We still don't know where half of our ancestors are buried. We still don't know what grounds were violated and what souls and spirits have been tampered. So we understand you completely. And the first questions that we ask when we see the stories of those bones that are found, are we going to continue to disturb these grounds? So we understand you fully. We feel you completely. And knowing that we are going forward with an archaeological understanding of what is truly there, because we know we still have massive graves that we can't tell whose body is where, who did they belong to, where did they come from, what was their name. We have none of that information, and we understand completely. So my heart goes out to you when you stand up for your ancestors. Thank you. As I'm going forward and listening to the conversation, one of the things that continues to go through my mind is working with the collaboration of the Woolworth Coalition and wondering where they fall within the process of telling this story. We know that the story does not end at the Woolworth building with the integration of the lunch counters. We know that it still expands to the bus routes that we as Black African Americans would have to travel downtown. We also know that with the letter that Ms. Mary Lillian Andrews wrote in reference to how the integration happened is something that we need to make sure is preserved in the history and the storytelling. And also making sure that we are not forgetting those whose names are not etched into the cenotaph, such as just a name of Joe. And Joe was not even recognized because at the time that all of the battle was happening, we as Black African Americans were actually free in the state of Texas, but none of that history is actually listed. There are many things that we have to do to truly tell this story, and not leaving out those who truly are meant to have their names etched in the land of history in the state of Texas and the city of San Antonio. So as we continue to tell this story, let us not tell a half story. Let us not tell a story of just what is to be preserved, but let us tell a story that truly speaks to everyone who rests at this burial ground. And let us call it exactly what it is, a burial ground. Let us call it exactly what it is, a history and a time of changing. We as the city of San Antonio declare racism a public health crisis for the simple fact that we were not being as inclusive as we needed to be here in the city of San Antonio, where we deem ourselves a compassionate city. I look forward to the continuous conversations that we will have, but as we go forward, we need to go forward as one united front, having the same mission on one accord, not to exclude those who continue to speak about the ancestors that are laying there, resting. And let us be mindful that disturbing of a resting place is not being inclusive, but continuing the racism that we continue to speak of here in the city of San Antonio. Those are my requests and those are my comments, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Andrew Sullivan. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Councilwoman, for those important words as we go forward to tell the story about the Alamo and the whole story, which, again, I feel has been at the heart of this issue. There's been a lot of conversations about the lease. I have expressed all along that I didn't like the lease. I expressed it the first time around. I've expressed it again. I don't like it. There are limitations, however, in the action we can take on this dais. I could vote no. I could make an amendment. But there are parts of it that I do like. And then, unfortunately, at the end of the day, we have a yes or no. This has been many, many years in the making. I can remember Councilmember Bernal. That was my experience the first time I heard about it. We have come such a long way since then. Almost, at every step of the way, this has changed. There's been ebbs and flows. There was going to be a $400 million museum, which I also never really liked. I've always found museums to be racist, but I know they're trying to change that, but I never liked the idea of a museum. Maybe we'll get one, maybe we won't. That all to be determined. And I've always been offended in sort of the conversations around the Alamo, because it's always been this conversation that it's just not good enough the way it is. And I always feel like that's sometimes how others think of our city, and that if we're not careful, we think about ourselves, that we're not good enough the way we are. We have to change it to be more appealing to other people. And as we are coming out of this pandemic, one of the things that we hope that we recognize is that we are a resilient city. We are a city that people want to visit. We know that millions of people have been coming to the Alamo before the transformation, and they'll come after the transformation, because we're a beautiful city the way we are. We don't have to try to change ourselves to be more appealing. We just have to recognize our own truth and present that to the world, and the people will come. And this is a wonderful example of that, the investment that the city has made through our bonds, through other CFOs, that we want to respect the Alamo, and we want to respect the stories of the Alamo. But we do need to hear all of the stories. And the other thing that we know that happens in a story is that there's always a hero and there's always a villain. And we as Mexican Americans, many descendants of the Alamo, and as a daughter of an immigrant, we're the villains. And the people that clean our hotels and the people that serve this community have never been respected. And we won't get respected until we see our true value exactly the way it is. And so I look forward to supporting this. I don't love it. I've been very clear about that. But at the end of the day, we vote yes or we vote no. And today I vote yes. I look forward to doing that with the support of my colleagues. I'm so grateful for Councilwoman Villagran and her commitment to the city. One thing I can say about my colleague, Councilwoman, is that her heart and soul is in the missions and in her community and in her missions and in her love for the history of our city and, of course, the future as well. And I'm so happy that she will be here. She'll be able to serve on this committee after she leaves office. I'm glad that we did not delay the vote. It's very possible that I'll be out of this seat by May 1st and then not have the opportunity to vote for what we know is this historic decision. And I want to be a part of it, even though I don't love every part of it. I've been here from the beginning of this iteration, although we know that there have been many. And I want to be here to vote on this one. And so while there are limitations, I believe that we have had many go-rounds. George Cisneros has been a very vocal member of the committee. When I asked him to serve on this committee, he did tell me, you might regret it if I'm your appointee, but I have found him to be incredibly resourceful and incredibly open to me and always briefing me on what's going on, and of course being very vocal about his opinions about this. And so I believe that this is a better iteration that we've seen before, as has been discussed. About 80% of what we're approving, should we approve this lease today, was already in there. There have been a couple of non-substantial changes, which is why I can support the lease, even though I don't love all of it. And so I hope that we can, when we see this come to fruition, when we have the completion of the plaza, that we always remember that the Alamo, the way that it was, the design, the part of that is the World Heritage, all the stories that were told, will not change because of the plaza. They won't change because of the design. What really needs to be changed is the myth of the Alamo, and that we really invest time and money and resources in changing that myth. And so I look forward today. There was informal discussions the last time we supported this a couple of years ago, that we as a city would dedicate funding. The request was for $250,000 for research and information at our central library as part of this story. It was an informal discussion that I requested, not a formal budgetary item, so nobody has to get nervous, but it was a request that I made at that time, and I hope that we can follow through on that in the years to come, that we have a part of our library as part of the Texan story that we dedicate especially to this issue. So I thank you, Councilwoman Villagran, for all your hard work. Thank you, Councilmember Trevino, for your many, many years of dedication to the issue. We know that there have been changes, but they were always built upon a foundation, and I believe that the work that was established very early on, of course, is part of what we're voting on today. So it's all layered, especially Lori for hanging in there all this time for the Alamo and not letting it, not handing it off, I think is what I want to say, because I think you could have requested that somewhere along the way as well. So for hanging in there, and thank you very much to George Cisneros for his commitment to this very important, I think, the history and foundation of our city here in San Antonio, the Alamo, and all the stories that go along with it. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Gonzalez. Councilmember Cabello-Haverda.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you to all those who came to speak today. Special thanks to Matthew Duncan, the District 6 appointee, for his hard work and dedication, and really to all on the board for their important work. The Alamo is part of the story of San Antonio, and so it is part of my story as a native San Antonian. I'm grateful for the community input I've received from stakeholders and acknowledge that they're showing their support for this plan. Among other issues regarding the Alamo, District 6 that I represent told me they care about the preservation of the Woolworth building, the parade route, and Alamo Plaza remaining open to the public with unrestricted access. And telling the whole story of not only the Alamo, but the land the Alamo sits on. I also do not want to see the commercialization of the site. I was afraid that this was the route that we were going to go. But it's more of the preservation of the many cultures that are representative of the land. I'm especially happy to hear about the parade route and how it will continue respectfully, as I do understand and honor and respect that this is a grave site in front of the Alamo. I'm proud to say we're going to reserve the Woolworth building, which is so important to the history of all our city, but especially our African American community, because this is about every culture that has settled and shaped our city into what it is today. And we have to honor and respect and truly pay reverence to our history. One of the early questions I had was about the messaging on site, whether there's a museum is, we'll find out, but when you go to the newly planned Alamo, what are you going to learn about it? The signage. And I look forward to continuing those questions and seeing that actually come into fruition. I also look forward to taking my family, my kids, and of course all visitors of San Antonio to read and physically see the origins of my native San Antonio and the origins of my story as well. I do have a question though. I want to ask about expansion on how and where the demonstration or the public speaking engagements will be handled. Can you talk more about that?
As you saw on the slides, we have certain areas that will be allowed for ceremonial, and then programming, which is the footprint, and then we have the First Amendment area, And then we have the garden that will be more for receptions. And so we will reserve the plaza that the city controls for those First Amendment rights. And then those demonstrations that choose to go into the footprint, those will be handled on a case-by-case basis. Provided they're not disrupting programming, we'll determine how we're going to deal with those. But right now, you can still go onto the site, and you can, someone mentioned Christmas caroling, as long as you're not disrupting the programming in the area, that should not be an issue. But if it's a massive event that goes into the site, there might be a request to move to the other area.
So the main part of the plaza?
The area where the gazebo used to be, that section will be available for our First Amendment rights. But if you wanted to go into the footprint, which is where the cenotaph is going to be, provided you're not disrupting any programming, that should be fine. But if there is a disruption, you'll be treated like you are today and asked to leave.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Lori. Those are all my questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Cabello-Haverda. Councilmember Perry.
Thank you, sir. Wow, what a traveling time we have been through since I've been on council with this particular project. And if you remember, I voted against it the first time for a lot of different reasons. And I'll just go through them. Relocating the cenotaph, no. Accommodating the, or not accommodating the parades and things in front of the Alamo, no. The Woolworth building, you know, taking it down, no. Lowering the plaza, no. Open access or closing the access to the plaza, no. And street closures. I was against the street closures. Well, look, all of that has been changed on this revision here, on this concept. It's not a design yet, and that's what we have to go through. This is just a concept. So I'm still concerned about the street closures. Want to take a closer look at that, but I'm really excited about all of these other items that I was against the first time that has been changed and accommodated this time. So I think we're going in the right direction here. I just want to say that I'm cautiously optimistic that all of this is going to come out the right way. I still have a couple of questions, and Lori, if you could talk to us a little bit more. The concerns I had at the B session was disabled access. I see all, and the concept is to close off this whole area and make it a walking area. I'm concerned about the elderly. I'm concerned about disabled folks that want to go walk by, take a picture, and then leave. And that, I don't know where they're going to park at or what accommodations. That needs to be a part of this plan on how we're going to accommodate those individuals that can't be walking, or it's too tough to push a wheelchair or whatever means that they have to get around to that area. Is that something that y'all took down and will be accommodating during the design process on this?
And first, the plan is to make sure that the plaza is completely accessible. To make sure it's leveled. You can use a wheelchair, a stroller, however you want. That is really important. That's been an issue that's been brought up numerous times. Now, as you go through the accommodations for the disabled, you can drop somebody off on Bonham and Crockett area right there. That'll get you close to the Alamo. But we're also going to be doing this traffic study to look at how we treat that section of Alamo from Crockett to Commerce. And that's something that we will be considering, as well as other modes of transportation. But we'll be looking at it through the eyes of pedestrian, through the eyes of a vehicle, to see, what we need to do with that street and how it needs to be used.
Okay. And what you talked about managed access, that we'll continue to manage access to the chapel, and today it is, but we don't have managed access to the back of the Alamo or into Long Barracks today, do we?
For you to be able to get into the Long Barrack, you need to go through the chapel.
Okay.
Or the side. So there is managed access already.
Okay, through the side, but there wasn't. Last time I was there, nobody was managing that side entrance there, so you could go in there and go take a look. And be amongst the trees and listen to the presentations and that without going through a managed access. Are we looking to change that?
What, I don't know. The GLO and the trust will be looking at that.
Okay.
What we're saying is that the plaza is not going to be managed.
Okay.
That's what we heard. It needs to be available for pedestrians.
Okay.
How the GLO and the trust manage the access to their facilities, we'll leave that to them.
Well, I hope we at least have an input on that and how that managed access is actually going to look like.
And we will.
Okay, great. It still bothers me a little bit about the existing trees that are in the plaza. You know, there was some mention about relocating trees and things like that. Can you go into that a little bit more?
I can't go into more detail because I don't have the detail. What I can say is that we're going to follow the tree ordinance and we're going to follow the code. And we have been engaged with Michael Shannon and the Development Services Department on this issue, but we intend and will follow the code.
Okay. All right. And then, I don't know if you want to, it's been mentioned already about the First Amendment area, and we have certain events that are identified as being able to use the plaza in front of the Alamo. I'm still concerned about events that just people in a group go in the plaza area, and like I gave the example of church groups going in there and singing Christmas carols during Christmas, or a prayer vigil, or whatever. That I don't see that on the list, and that's my concern about identifying special events for the plaza area. How are we going to differentiate, and how is that going to be controlled? Are we going to go and remove people from that area?
I do want to mention the list that we had. Those are events that needed to get permitted. And so Christmas caroling, things like that, those don't require a permit. That's a group of people walking into the plaza. The key is, provided they're providing the reverence to the site and they're not disrupting programming, they will be allowed. And so, but we've kept it a little bit more flexible in the lease agreement to be able to provide the General Land Office the ability to control that. But the key is providing the reverence, and those lists of events were mainly those events that are permitted. So we have to permit the parades. So I wanted to make sure that we all agreed that we were going to continue to permit that. There are hundreds of events that don't happen, that happen daily. I know that we have top alum who go out there and pray every morning. They're allowed to do that. We don't permit that. We don't plan on interrupting that. The key is providing reverence to the site and honoring those in every culture that lived, fought, and died there.
Okay.
And if I may, Councilman, the First Amendment right, as everybody knows, is a pretty broad right. It's continually evolving. It's one of the it's a constitutional right that has created a lot of case law. And so the good news is we will always monitor that and stay in compliance with what the prevailing law is on First Amendment. And unfortunately, a lot of these, as Lori pointed out, are based on the circumstances and the context. And as a city, as we do with any other city property, we'll be mindful of First Amendment rights, mindful of public safety, et cetera. So we will always make sure that we are compliant with people's First Amendment rights.
Okay, great. Well, I appreciate that, and like I said, I really appreciate the efforts that y'all have gone through. Appreciate Councilman Trevino and your hard work over the years. I didn't always agree with you on this project, but thank you for your service on that. And Councilwoman Vigran, appreciate you taking this over and taking it across the, well, I don't know that it's the finish line yet, but we still got a ways to go with this thing. But yeah, thank y'all very much on this. I'm very happy that all of my concerns have been taken care of, except the road access, and we'll look at that over the next few months, I guess, on studying the traffic plan. But I think we're getting closer here. So thank y'all very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember Perry. Councilmember Pelaez.
Thank you. Lori, I'll start by reminding you that it's, I think it's, again, really important to celebrate the Spanish history.
Councilmember, we're having trouble with your audio. I don't know if it's the microphone that you have. We're not hearing you.
Can you hear me a little? Yeah. Okay. I'll skip my comments then.
All right, we'll come back. See if we can fix the audio there. All right, Councilmember Sandoval. We'll come back to Plaza in a minute.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I made some of my comments earlier, but I just want to make sure I say a few things on the record. First of all, I want to thank everybody who worked so hard on this and will continue. You know, it's not over, like Councilman Perry said, but there's still a lot of work to be done. I do want to thank the people who came out today and who have come out over the years, over those 150 meetings. I remember one of them being at Thomas Jefferson High School, and that got pretty heated. And then the many times we had the Texas Freedom Force here talking to us about the cenotaph. Those guys seem like old pals after a few meetings here. And I especially want to thank our council members who worked so hard on this. Councilman Trevino, for your passion and dedication over so many years to get us to this point. And Councilwoman Viagran, for the quick work that you did, and you really took this on like you had some kind of deadline, like you were running out of your term of office or something like that. But I'm very impressed with the work that you did representing our city and the many stakeholders involved with the Alamo. There's no shortage of stakeholders involved with the Alamo. I wanted to also highlight some of the changes in the design that I'm very pleased to see. One of them, or many of these have been mentioned by Councilman Perry. I do appreciate keeping the parade routes where they were before, because that's also a part of the history that has shaped the Alamo Plaza. The access to the plaza, of course, I'm absolutely thrilled that we won't have that restricted access, that we'll be keeping the Woolworth building. And the street closures, I'm actually supportive of those street closures, because when we do that, we create a public space for everyone, not just for vehicles that are moving through, but you allow members of the public to be able to stop and look and meditate, and it really creates a sort of it's a park is essentially what we're creating. That plaza is a park, just like Main Plaza here. It becomes a public space that we can all share in. The only thing I'm sad not to see is that we won't have a Christmas tree there going forward. Is that true? I'm sort of half joking, but half not joking, because it's really... So my dad used to, and I've said this before, used to work for Parks and Rec, and one of his duties was being part of the installation team for the Christmas tree at the Alamo.
I don't know the answer to that question. What I can say is we did move the Christmas tree a couple years ago to Travis Park. That space has been very successful. However, we do a smaller tree in Alamo Plaza currently, and whether or not that tradition continues, we'll have those discussions with the General Land Office and the Trust. But there was an outpouring of support for there to be a tree at the plaza, and it was actually the Trust that asked us to put one back up. And so there is a desire, and we'll talk about that, how that looks after the project's been constructed.
And Councilwoman, the good news is the lease does not prohibit a Christmas tree being there.
Or cancel Christmas. We're good to go.
Thanks for looking out for me, Andy. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Sandoval. Let's try Councilmember Pelaez's audio again. Apparently it is going out over the stream, but it's just not coming out in the chamber. So can we turn him up in here?
Anything? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Check. Okay, well, I mean, my comments are for staff, and so if it's going on the screen and not for and staff can't hear it, then it's a waste of my time.
Okay. All right, we're not getting the audio. All right, try it one more time, Councilmember.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me now?
We're hearing it faintly in one of these speakers.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Now we got you. Okay.
Perfect. All right. So, Lori, before this shuts down, I want to tell you that I appreciate all the hard work. I see how much of yourself you're pouring into this thing, and I want to make sure that you guys never forget been one consistent face to this project, and that's Lori Houston. Lori spends days and nights away from her family and her beautiful baby to make sure that this project is getting done right. And Lori, you faced a lot of key for this, and all.
Just leave it.
I will ask again, Lori, that we not forget our Spanish history and the Canary Islanders. I think a beautiful way to commemorate that is by way of the paving stones that we talked about. And you're going to hear me talking about that as often as possible. I do think we can miss the opportunity for Main Plaza with the Appaloosa or Skin Spotted, whatever it's called. But I know that having talked to Aaron, having talked to all you guys, it seems like that's something you guys are taking into account. So those are my comments. Thanks for that.
Thank you, Councilmember Pelaez. All right. Well, the comments from Councilmember Pelaez were addressed to the public over TVSA, so apologize for those in the chamber audience who didn't get all of it, but your comments were broadcast, Councilmember, so thank you very much. They are on the record. Let me go now to Councilmember Villagran.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you all very much for your conversations and your comments here. I think it's important for this discussion and as we move forward. Thank you to all of the Alamo Citizens Advisory Committee members and my committee member for District 3. I am hoping that we can move this forward today, so the work of our ACAC members and all of their work and all of the work of many people will be acknowledged and continued. After this approval, hopefully many mechanisms will be triggered and can move forward, and we can move this step forward with a holistic telling of our story of the Alamo, which belongs to the Americas. It belongs to San Antonio, and San Antonians have been stewards of the location, the stories, the memories. And our local tribes have been protectors and defenders of our traditions, so we not forget who we are and where we come from. As difficult as that history may be for some, we cannot be afraid to tell it. My heritage, my ancestors, my work on this project since 2014, starting with Mayor Castro, when the ACAC was established, has led me and all of us here today. All of us, the city, the state, and the Alamo Trust, needs to see that collaboration and living the vision and guiding principles is a critical responsibility, and it is a moment to build and rebuild relationships here. As a woman with indigenous blood, as Catholic, as a Tejana, as a Texan, as a San Antonian, as a Southsider, and as a Villagran, I commit to you my work to elevate all stories, to keep access for the people, to include our tribal voices, to collaborate, to get comfortable in the uncomfortable, to work towards healing, to tell all our stories, to build and rebuild relationships. It is time to get started on the next step of this process. It won't be easy, but it won't happen without our vote of support today. So thank you again. All of you have made this lease agreement even better, and I ask my colleagues for their support. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Villagran. And I'll just close by again thanking our colleagues, thanking the public, thanking Texas for the great deliberations that have been occurring over the years in this process. As we've said before, there's very few decisions that we make up here that might be remembered 5, 10, 50, or 100 years from now. This is one of them. And I do want to acknowledge all of the great work that's been occurring over the last decade or more on this project. My colleagues around the dais, going back several mayors, Mayor Castro, Mayor Taylor, now we are here. I want to thank the work and thank Councilmember Trevino for his stewardship of the Management Committee for many years, along with our City Manager, Eric Walsh. All of that work has been iterative. You can go back to Mayor Howard Peak as well. And Councilmember Villagran, your work in these last months has been really incredible. Very well done. We now have a collaboration moving forward dedicated to the vision and guiding principles that will really, I think, restore, preserve, and dignify one of the most important pieces of land in the entire country. So with that, I'm very grateful for the discussion today and look forward to the work ahead. And we have a motion and a second for approval of item 4. Please vote.
Aye. Aye, aye.
Motion carries. All right. We'll move now to item 5.
Item 5 is a briefing and possible action on legislation filed in the 87th regular state legislative session, an update on the status of proposed state legislation and its impact on the city of San Antonio.
Councilman Pelaez, if you would give me a 1, 2, 3, that'd be very helpful, sir.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
All right. Okay. Eric, do you want to introduce this item or we toss it straight to Jeff? Okay, go ahead, Jeff.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and Council. I know you've got another item still on your agenda, so I'm going to try to be very quick in working through an update here on the state legislative session. Okay, I don't have the clicker, so if you'll... some ups and downs this week. Let me start with the ups. House Bill 1869, the bill that is arguably the biggest threat all session, maybe in a close tie with the lobbying bill. This is the one that would only allow us to calculate as part of our INS tax rate debt that has been voter approved. So effectively doing away with COs and tax notes and all other financial tools that haven't gone to the voters. The bill was stuck in the Ways and Means Committee for nearly 4 weeks. This week, Representative Trey Martinez-Fisher was able to negotiate with the author of the bill and other members of the committee and added an amendment that, go ahead, David, if you'd slide, added several things to it. Number 1, refinancing of old debt, self-supporting debt that is paid with revenues other than property taxes, debt issued for water, wastewater, flood control, drainage projects, debt issued for streets, roads, and highways, debt issued for telecommunications, and debt issued for cybersecurity. That addressed about 90% of the city's issues, and so we're very, very grateful to Representative Martinez-Fisher. The bill was voted out of committee, and we've shared the results with other cities and counties who have all been expressing their appreciation. So let me move on to the lows. Senate Bill 10, this is the bill that would prohibit us from spending any public dollars on lobbying. Despite a good hearing a week and a half ago, we showed up at the Capitol Monday to see the Senate Local Government Committee vote that bill out of committee along party lines, 5-4. It was placed on the Senate intent calendar, and yesterday the votes were not there to bring it up in the Senate. The way it works in the Senate is you need more votes to bring a bill up than you actually do to pass it, which is a simple majority. The votes were not there yesterday. Unfortunately, today, one of the members who was said to be not in support of the bill was not there. And with one fewer member on the Senate floor, the Lieutenant Governor had the votes to bring it up and brought it up this morning as we've been here. It has now passed the full Senate, 1713, again along party lines, and so that bill is going to be headed to the House of Representatives now. A new bill that you hadn't heard of yet, it was really caught a lot of people by surprise because it was posted late Sunday, or it was posted Sunday for a Monday hearing. Pair of bills, one in the Senate, one in the House, that basically allow any area of the ETJ to petition to remove itself from a city's ETJ. It has two different protocols. If it's an area less than 200 in population, it's a simple petition. A majority of people sign the petition and they automatically remove themselves from the ETJ. If it's an area larger than 200 people, it is a 5% petition threshold. And what that would do would require the city, at its expense, to hold an election in that area and allow the area to vote to remove itself from the ETJ. Any area that would remove itself from the ETJ would no longer be subject to the city's regulations as it relates to water quality, water conservation in a drought, the stormwater requirements that we have for development to prevent flooding, tree preservation, subdivision platting, including the width of roads to ensure that they're wide enough for traffic, and all of the protections for our military bases that we fought for in past sessions. The city of San Antonio was the only opposition that stood up late Monday night at a hearing, and then Tuesday morning. We did get support from SAWS, from the Greater Edwards Aquifer Alliance, from JBSA, from the chamber, actually both of the large chambers here. But in our estimation, many other cities were not paying attention to this. We've since elevated it with them, and we are having a conversation, I believe later today, with one of the lobbyists who brought this bill to the House author. We understand it is all based around a municipal utility district in Austin's ETJ, and so we're going to strongly discourage them from pushing something statewide that would have such far-reaching implications. We had our hearing this week on 2365. That's the BAMC bill that would help them bill state Medicaid for civilian trauma patients they treat. I'll be candid with you, it was a rough bill, a rough hearing, I should say. Representative Lopez did a great job laying it out. Councilman Perry came up and testified and did an excellent job. Unfortunately, BAMC chose not to send a representative, and there were questions from the committee about how this all works in terms of the billing with Medicaid. And a HHSC, Health and Human Services Commission staff person was called up, and she promptly said, well, actually, BAMC is already a Medicaid provider, which created a lot of confusion. We have since followed up with BAMC and sent in writing an explanation that yes, they are a Medicaid provider, but they're designated a non-participating hospital. And that's the issue that we're trying to resolve. So Representative Lopez has that language now and is shopping it to the members in hopes of getting that bill on track, but it did not go as well as we would have hoped. And then finally, House Bill 3777 is a bill that prohibits public entities from working with nonprofit organizations to rehab historic structures. It prevents specifically the use of historic tax credits. Erica Ragsdale from our Center City Development Office testified about our concerns that would undo several $1 million in financing for the Alameda project that's underway right now. We have since gotten in writing from the Texas Historic Commission that they don't believe this bill would apply to those circumstances or other projects where we partner with a nonprofit. They expressed that the concern was making sure government entities don't use a nonprofit to rehab a structure we own and then lease it back to the government entity at a savings, since we are tax-exempt entities. So we're working to try to resolve that issue. I'm sorry, I thought I was done. Two quick things on the police accountability front. Yesterday, House Bill 1561 was passed out of Urban Affairs. That's the one that allows us 5 extra points for local candidates to the academy. Unfortunately and surprisingly, House Bill 1087 was not on the list of bills being voted out yesterday. We don't know why. We've been asking Chairman Cortez why it wasn't brought up for a hearing, and we hope to be able to report back to you. The other 2 bills that we've brought, all 4 of these from Representative Gervin Hawkins, have not yet been set for a hearing, and it's very late in the session at this point. Finally, I just want to bring this to your awareness. We did the same with IGR yesterday. There are a number of bills you may have read about moving through the legislature that have to do with transgender, first of all, participation in sports, and then also a prohibition on medical treatments and procedures to help with gender reassignments and transitions. The reason I bring this up is the NCAA issued a national statement this week expressing their unequivocal support for transgender student athletes participating in NCAA events. They specifically said that they will only hold championships in states where there is not discriminatory legislation, or laws, I should say. Of all those bills on the list, the only one that is moving is Senate Bill 29. It actually passed the Senate yesterday, and that bill does not specifically deal with college sports. It deals with charter school and public high school sports. It essentially says that a student must show a birth certificate that has been unaltered and must compete in the category to which their gender at birth aligns. We are trying to seek clarity from the NCAA about how far their concerns extend around this issue, whether it's specifically college sports or all sports. And I'll say we're talking with all of our partners in the tourism industry and the business community at large here about how and if we engage on this issue. But I wanted to bring it to your attention. There's not a council meeting next week, so we won't be in front of you giving a briefing then, and wanted to make sure that you knew we were paying attention to this. And I'll try to answer any questions or happily step out of the way and let you move on to the rest of the agenda. Thanks.
Thank you, Jeff. Are there any council members that have any questions? Oh, that's right. We do have one person signed up to speak. I'm sorry, Jack. Would you like to come up and address this? Item number 5. Jack Finger. You have 3 minutes, Jack.
Yes, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, the members of the San Antonio City Council, for the record, my name is Jack M. Finger. Yes, taxes, tax credits, annexation, those are issues that you, the city, are concerned about, but you have, unfortunately, you have used taxpayer-paid lobbyists to lobby, unfortunately, too many times against our interests as taxpayers. We, of course, as taxpayers, we don't like our taxes going to pay for lobbyists who lobby against our interest as taxpayers. We think that should stop. And yes, we don't like, quite frankly, have you also looked at the idea of using your state legislative initiatives to improve education in the only real manner that education has been known to be improved by, and that is through the competition caused by school choice. You know, the idea of tax dollars following the student. I don't see the city of San Antonio pushing that one, even though you could put it in your legislative initiatives. Look forward to seeing y'all do that, right? Thank you.
I don't believe we have any other citizens signed up. Do any of the council members have any questions they'd like to ask Jeff? Okay, Councilwoman Sandoval.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Jeff, for the update. Great work on behalf of you, the team, and apparently a representative, Trey Martinez-Fisher also. I'd like an update on 1261, SB 1261, the voting bill.
I'm sorry, remind me?
The bills that have to do with voting, as well as the one that would preempt the climate action plan.
Good question. I didn't check that before. It hadn't been something that I'd seen move this week.
Okay.
But why don't I'll get an update on both of those and send it to the council, if that works.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Pelias.
Okay, let's try it again, guys. Can
We hear
Councilman
you.
Kurtz, can you hear me okay?
Yes. Go ahead, Councilman.
Okay.
We hear you.
He's asking me to talk about Trey Martinez Fisher and his flexing for us when we need it. Chairman, Representative Martinez Fisher plays the game at a level that not many others do. I will just say that. And every session he has come to help us on a difficult issue that is not sexy and does not generate a lot of attention, but really critically helps the city. That was the case here. That debt bill, many others had tried to get exemptions added into it that helped address the concerns of not just cities and counties, but the various industries that rely on capital investment, like engineers and architects and bond counsel and all sorts of folks. And he was able to work his magic again with the author to get a lot of things in there. So as I mentioned, I shared the results with other cities after the fact, and they were all very, very appreciative. And I think we all once again owe Representative Martinez Fisher a debt of gratitude for his work. We have to watch this now and make sure that it doesn't get undone. That's a crucially important piece, but thanks for your question, Chairman.
Yeah, and then if you can hear me, just can you tell us a little bit about what this transgender sports bill could mean for us as far as future events in San Antonio and why we ought to be nervous?
I think, well, first of all, let me state the obvious. We have the Final Four here in 2025. I believe Houston has it in 2023. There's a college football national championship in 2024, I think in Dallas or Houston. So there are a number of major NCAA events in the state in the coming years. We're doing a little bit of what we had to do in 2017 with the bathroom bill, which is interpret the implications. What the NCAA has said very clearly is they will defend their right for athletes to participate, number one, at all costs, and number two, that they will not hold events in states that discriminate against their student athletes. And so we're trying to understand the connection there and how directly that relates to the bills that we're hearing about. It was definitely not a statement in response to Texas legislation. It was a national statement, and supposedly there are some 30 states who are considering anti-transgender legislation of some sort right now. So the short answer, Councilman, is we wanted to make sure you were aware of it. It obviously is not an item in our agenda right now. But with the bathroom bill discussion of 2017 freshly on our minds, we wanted to make sure you were aware that that was happening and that we're working with our private sector partners to understand what, if any, position we should be taking.
Thanks, and I'll make a parenthesis right here. I know that, Jeff, your TVSA folks and the AV folks are working really hard to get me piped in there so you can hear me, and so thanks to all the guys and out there who are working on this. I really do appreciate it. Jeff, I was monitoring that hearing regarding the transgender bill, and wherever people fall on the issue of transgendered athletes, I point out a really interesting conversation that happened on the dais between the sponsor of the bill, Senator Charles Perry from Lubbock, and one of the challengers to the bill, Senator Whitmer from Houston. And Senator Whitmer from Houston, it's a fascinating video to watch, folks. He, asked Senator Lubbock, the senator from Lubbock, can you cite a single instance of transgender boys beating girls and winning championships? And Senator Perry's answer was, look, that it's not happening or that it is happening isn't the issue. The point is that it might happen and that people think it's happening. And so that's what we're dealing up there with Austin. Jeff, I don't envy you. It seems to me that this is just, culture war politics that is advancing zero solutions for the people of San Antonio, and they're doing it at the risk of, hurting our economy. And so thank you to Trey Martinez Fisher, thank you to Barbara Gervin Hawkins, thank you to everybody up there who's fighting the good fight for us. Those are my questions, Mayor. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Pelaez. Councilmember Andrew Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. Jeff, so I have a question on HB 10. And how does the governor's appointment of the new PUC play out, or the role play out in the moving or the conversation with HB 10 when it comes to ERCOT?
Yeah, it's really, that's really sort of a state governance kind of issue. It expands, if I recall, I don't have it in front of me, but it expands the PUC board from 3 to 5. I think it requires that they be in state. So it's really sort of a state governance issue. And actually, I'll have to go back and check, but I think it may also not have it exclusively be the appointments of the governor, but rather some of the legislative body, and I can follow up and send that to you. We did have a very thorough briefing on all of the energy-related bills at IGR yesterday, and it was similar, I think, to what we talked about here at the full council. There's issues around winterization and statewide alert systems, and some discussion about the market that we operate in, but a lot of that is really unsettled at this point.
So that brings me to my next question, and I know I kind of sent some questions to the mayor and to you as it relates to why we are the only state that is continuing to contribute as a donor state to the Transportation and Highway Fund of the federal government. And if we are looking at bills and legislation that speak to making sure that our citizens aren't held responsible for the bills due to this winter storm, and the amount of money that we're donating and just transferring to the federal government is more than enough to really protect our customers and our constituents. And so, do you know of any bills that are related to seeing if we're going to be able to not be the only donor state, or what does that look like to get more of that money coming back to the state of Texas?
Yeah, I'm not aware of any right now. It's often been something that the Texas delegation as a whole has cried about, which is the idea that more of our, cried out about, I should say, not cried, that more of our tax dollars go to DC than we receive back. It's based on a really complicated formula that has to do with the size of our urban centers and how far apart they are and how much interstate traffic flows through and so on and so forth. I'm not aware of any serious conversation, though, in Congress right now to fix that. Even with the entire Texas delegation banding together, they still are a small number compared to the overall makeup of Congress, and I don't think that's been a serious debate.
Okay, well, I'm hoping that we can get something started, at least here on the San Antonio level, to say, you know, we need to see those dollars coming back, especially as we're going through looking at what happened with the crisis during the winter storm and what those bills are still outstanding. And then my last question has to do with HB 6, which is the election integrity bill.
Yeah.
And if you can just provide maybe a few moments of what's going on, where we are, and how we can continue to advocate to make sure that our election process here in the city of San Antonio is continued to be held up to par, and it even made better through how we can work around this particular bill.
Yes, HB 6 is the House version of the election integrity bill, as it's been called. SB 7 is the Senate version, and that passed the Senate, moved over to the House. If you recall, I talked about how the House chair had sort of a dust-up in committee and canceled abruptly, and that caused them to start over. That hearing was then reheld, I believe, and I don't think the bill has made it all the way out to the House floor yet for discussion. More than likely, the Senate bill may come over and get picked up, and that be the vehicle that move. We have been in regular dialogue with the county throughout this, since it's a county function. They have opposed that legislation, and we have fallen in line with them in terms of their position on it.
Well, thank you, Jeff, and thank you to all our legislative team for continuing to do the work of the city of San Antonio and really listening to those who are speaking, which are our constituents and those who put forth their votes to make sure that they are heard. So thank you so much, and thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Villagran. Okay.
That's it.
I'm sorry. It's been a long day already. Thank you, Councilmember Andrew Sullivan. All right, I have here a motion to approve item 5.
No vote.
There was no vote. Okay, that's technological artifact in my iPad here. All right, there's no further discussion. Item 5 was just for discussion then. Okay, we'll move on now. Apologize. All right, let's go to item 20.
Item 20 is an ordinance establishing a source of income anti-discrimination policy in connection with housing vouchers, providing for penalties and an effective date.
All right, we have a presentation on item 20. Councilmember Pelaez, you pulled this item. Do you want to hear the presentation first?
No, not really. I think all of us have briefed it. So, I mean, I'd just like to jump into comments if that's okay, unless staff wants to present something that we all haven't already seen.
Up to you all.
Lori, go straight to discussion? Go straight to discussion. Okay. All right. Go ahead, Councilmember.
Thank you very much. Veto, I spoke to your staff about this last week, the week before last, and I understood from talking to them that this was the product of the housing and policy framework. So I went to the housing and policy framework, and I've got it here in front of me. And in there, it says, that there's multiple priorities, and under each priority, there is a strategy, right? So policy priority, and the one I'm picking out here, is reduce housing discrimination and expand opportunity. The only strategy is implement a citywide public education and outreach campaign about the importance of housing. Nowhere in this document does it say anything about using a stick as opposed to a carrot. In fact, it's really explicit that we're going to be using carrots. And nowhere does it say that we're going to penalize people. I'd encourage all of you to go look at the ordinance that is being proposed to us today. It doesn't say anything about carrots. All it is, in fact, the only enforcement mechanism, and this jumped out at me and it floored me, is that a violation of this ordinance shall constitute a criminal offense punishable by a fine. And so we're going to charge people with crimes. And so I then asked your staff, well, tell me, can you cite a single example? And it was very deliberate of me when Jeff Coyle was talking about, this transgender bill, when Senator Whitmer asked Senator Perry, can you cite a single example? And his answer was, well, look, it's not about, it happening or not happening. The point is that it might happen and that people think it's happening. And so for us, it's more of a value statement. I asked your staff, can you cite a single example? Nope, we can't cite a single example, but you never know, it might be happening, right? And then I said, well, wait a second. We don't pass policy that way around here. We don't solve problems that don't exist. So what is this? And one of your staff members said, well, really, Councilman, this is more of a values statement. I can't think of a single value statement that I've seen pass through this council in 4 years that constitutes a crime and that we're going to be fining people and taking their money, and that if they violate our value statement, they got to go explain themselves to a municipal judge. This offends me at a whole bunch of different levels. One, we're not solving a problem because you guys can't even identify a problem. You've got this loosey-goosey 57%, or is it this 3-week statistic? And I said, okay, fine, I get it, that there's a certain percentage of people out there who have to wait 3 weeks on average to get their apartments. Is there do you have anything to suggest that there's a causal nexus between that wait time and discrimination? Your staff? No, not really. There is no causal nexus. And so I was thinking to myself, what are we doing here? There's a name for this kind of policy making. This is called a straw man fallacy policy. Where you build up a scary problem that doesn't exist, and then you heroically save the day with a bold solution and hope that none of your constituents will ever bother to ask the question, well, wait, was there really a problem here, right? And then what usually happens in DC, and we see this in DC all the time, and we're seeing it play out in the state legislature, is that after they've defeated the straw man, then officials go out there and take these self-congratulatory victory laps, then claim to be on the side of light and goodness.
And there's a name for that, y'all, sophistry, right? Dishonesty. And I'm not going to participate in this. I think this is really bad policy, particularly when the people who are actually going to be impacted by this are 50% of the people, right? So tenants, and then the others are landlords. When the landlords are telling us, wait, you guys are not being completely, you're not telling the complete story here, right? And you've only listened to 3 nonprofits, none of which any of us have really ever, met. Please slow your roll here and talk to us a little bit more about this, because this makes no sense. None of us discriminate against it. And so, and then I see this memo come out, Veto, that y'all sent to Eric, that says, oh, come on, they protest a little bit too much here. Source of income discrimination is just a term of art. There's nothing objectionable about it. And then, completely dismissing the way that these people are saying, wait a second, you're saying that we're discriminating against people. That's not cool, right? And then you look at the ordinance and match it up with the word criminal jumping out there. Now, I was texting earlier today before this meeting, Andy, with somebody on the mayor's staff, and she's telling me that well, don't worry, Councilman, this is actually the enforcement mechanisms will be progressive in nature, and fines will only be for repeat violators. That doesn't assuage me at all when I see the words criminal offense punishable by a fine not exceeding $500. So I have yet to be convinced. I don't know what you're going to tell me that is going to reassure me that don't worry about it. We really are solving a crime even though we have no evidence, or solving a problem even though we have no evidence that it exists, or for that matter, why it's a good idea to threaten our partners in this effort with a criminal offense. Why would I, as a developer, want to participate with you if you're out there already loading a gun and putting it up against my head? That's not San Antonio, guys. I can't think of a worse way to do policy. This is why people hate government, and I don't want to be a part of this. And so I got sent up here to affect change, not to implement woke policy that gives me street cred with 3 nonprofits, so that we can then say we solved a problem that doesn't even exist. And so, you're welcome to answer to that, but you don't have my support on this one.
Sir, thank you for the questions. There's quite a bit to unpack there. So why don't we start with the housing policy framework? In the housing policy framework, which were conversations held in the community from 2017 and 2018 with the final report in 2018, there are actually specific policy priorities listed that address this kind of issue. So on page 11 of the report, I have it as well, I carry it almost everywhere. There's action 3 out of the main 5 actions identified that speak to increasing affordable housing production, rehab, and preservation. The second policy priority listed there specifically talks about creating housing opportunities for the most vulnerable residents. I think we could argue that the holders of vouchers and those sorts of income are indeed vulnerable populations, partly because of the demographics of who the voucher holders are, and because of the income levels of these particular people. And so we have policy priority to create housing opportunities for the most vulnerable residents. Further, the 4th action under the housing policy framework, which is about protecting and promoting neighborhoods, has another policy priority that speaks to this issue. And there, the second policy priority listed talks about, this is quote, reduce housing discrimination and expand opportunity. The source of income discrimination is clearly aligned with this. Source of income discrimination is a term used by housing practitioners, so it's not a term we, our staff, locally created. Something used throughout the nation. It's how these kind of laws and ordinances are named. So it is unfortunate that it does create that confusion, but discrimination is explicitly listed in the housing policy framework, and it calls for reducing discrimination and expanding opportunity. Source of income discrimination.
I'm sorry, Beto, I hate interrupting you. But I think that in the interest of completeness and transparency, you've just read one line to us: reduce housing discrimination and expand opportunity. I totally agree. I'm seeing that language. Please do us the courtesy of reading us the very next line, the strategy on how we're going to accomplish that.
Sure. It's page 11 of the report. And In the report, the housing policy framework, the policies and strategies don't all align exactly. So it does have that as the second policy priority, but a strategy under the action is to implement citywide public education and outreach campaigns about the importance of housing. But it is listed as a policy priority here. And so—
and I'm sorry again for interrupting you, because what you just said to us was, hey, this is totally in line with the strategy. Does it sound to you like a strategy proposing a criminal offense? Does that sound like it even comes close to jiving with the following words: implement a citywide public education and outreach campaign?
Councilmember, this is Lori Houston. I wanted to add something. First, I want to add clarity. This source of income and discrimination ordinance only applies to those projects that receive incentives from the City of San Antonio. And if you're going to receive incentives from the City of San Antonio, we want to make sure that you're participating in the housing voucher program, because one of the biggest concerns we have is there's not enough affordable housing for that vulnerable population. And if our incentives are helping these affordable housing projects move forward, we want to make sure they're participating in that program. Second, there's the housing implementation plan. We have our strategic housing implementation planning effort that's underway. We've been presenting the plan to the Planning and Land Development Council Committee over the past year and a half. So that is taking the housing framework that we just spoke about, taking that and then adding additional strategies. This source of income discrimination ordinance was something that continues to come about in those discussions, and so it may not be referenced in the housing policy framework, but it's been referenced numerous times in our work in creating the strategic housing implementation plan.
So I appreciate that, and I know my time is up, Mayor, so I'll stop with this comment. I asked you both a very, very specific question. Does it sound like proposing a criminal offense jives with the following words: implementing a citywide public education and outreach campaign? It speaks volumes that both of you have avoided the answer to that question. It doesn't jive with that. In fact, this entire document, the policy framework, is the foundational principles, and it is the spirit, right, of this document, with which I think all of council expects that we stick with it. Penalizing our partners, that's not San Antonio, guys. That may fly in Dallas or Houston or anywhere else. But the fact that I still don't understand why this department is agitating for us to be able to go out there and put a gun up to our partners' heads. Both of you are very smart people. I asked a really, really simple question. I'm going to invite you guys to answer it one more time, and I'll give you the last word.
Go ahead and answer the question.
So the housing policy framework speaks to providing education and outreach to discrimination in general. We have taken that and extracted a small section, and we're saying if you are taking incentives from the city, which a $40 million project can get multiple millions in incentives, we are expecting you to not discriminate against someone's source of income. And so it's separate from what that policy framework is saying. And so if you're going to go through and accept incentives, we want to make sure that you're participating in the voucher program.
Thank you, Councilmember Plaza.
Let me just reinforce that what Lori said, what Lori and Beto said. This is designed to be used on those projects that accept city incentives. It's not open-ended. It's not for the entire industry. It's for those partners that we expect to be part of the affordable housing solution. And so I think from a staff perspective, we are recommending that there be an enforcement mechanism on those projects that accept city incentives. And it's completely appropriate.
Councilmember Plaza, I got to move on to the next council member.
Can you cite one example?
No, sir.
All right. We're moving on, and I'm going to call now Councilmember Courage.
Thank you. I think that I've heard a couple of the answers to my questions, but I'll just clarify that. And that is that no existing apartment complex or housing project that exists today is bound to this. And the only ones who will be bound by this will be those who volunteer to say, I accept this requirement.
Yes.
That's right? Okay. So we're not forcing it on anybody who's in business today. And we're not really forcing it on anybody who wants to do business with us, because they can simply say, yes, I'm a masochist, I'll accept this, and you can punish me if I break the rules. Or they can say, no, I don't want to do that. But the point is that we are protecting people who have been discriminated against through many different avenues, from being excluded from getting into affordable housing simply because of the source of money that they may receive. Now, it doesn't also, tell me if I'm wrong though, it doesn't mean that someone that partners with us has to accept somebody who has a voucher. Isn't that correct? They don't have to accept somebody. They may not meet other criteria. They may have been evicted 5 times. They may have a criminal history. They may want to put 7 people in a 2-bedroom apartment. Whatever the case may be, the owners who agree to work with us and accept city money and to offer their properties for lease are still saying, we can say to some people who have these vouchers, you don't meet the criteria for several reasons to live here.
Correct.
Okay, fair enough, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Courage. Councilmember Trevino.
Thank you, Mayor. In 2019, there were 219 voucher holding families whose vouchers were terminated because nobody would rent to them. This policy would ensure that they have homes to rent. I believe that neighborhoods, community partners, and staff were thoughtful and thorough as they worked to develop this policy. I want to thank the Historic West Side Residents Association, the Housing Commission, Texas Housers, San Antonio Regional Alliance for the Homeless, Secretary Henry Cisneros, city staff. I especially would like to thank Rich Acosta for his research and constant advocacy. I really don't have any questions at this time and will support this item as it is grounded in equity and fair housing practices that are even used by the federal government. The Department of Housing and Urban Development found that nationally, 62% of voucher holders are designated as minority, while 48% of voucher households are female-headed households with children. The American Bar Association feels that the source of income discrimination contributes to the perpetuation of racially segregated communities and neighborhoods with concentrated poverty. With a potential affordable housing bond on the horizon, this anti-discrimination policy ensures families of color, especially women and children, have access to quality housing across San Antonio. And that source of income isn't used as a workaround for a prohibited form of discrimination. This is one of those policies that just makes sense. With that, I move to approve item 20.
All right, there's a motion and a second for approval of item 20. Move on to discussion now. Councilmember Perry.
Thank you, sir. And I just want to say that I had most of these points that Councilman Pelias had as well. But I want to add some things to that. We've got a process here. And one of the process that this should have taken, and I understand about the winter storm and a special meeting and this being kicked out of the B session at that time, but I don't see why we couldn't have rescheduled this to a B session where this could be thoroughly discussed, looked at, and made sure that this is something that we want to do. Get concurrence in the B session to move it to an A session where we're at today. I don't think that this has been coordinated enough with industry. In fact, let me read something to you here. City staff contacted us, the real estate groups. They contacted REXA. They didn't reach out to us directly, and this is San Antonio Apartment Association. To meet on January 11th, they presented the SOI policy recommendations to us on January 20th. Also important is that city staff came to us with a policy that was already formed. They did not seek our input for the policy, but they did take our feedback and did nothing with it except to mention it in their presentation to the council committee and wouldn't send it to us in advance to review and provide feedback. That really concerns me, that we didn't reach out to them positively to get their feedback on this. And that's what I'm getting from industry. I don't understand that we can't work with our partners, and especially when we're holding a hammer over their head with crimes if they don't accept a voucher system. I got a statistic here from U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. They funded a study, found that 68% of rental property owners in the study's data set who refused to accept voucher holders had accepted them previously. The program's burdensome requirements discourage rental housing providers, both those with firsthand experience and those who hear the negative impacts experienced by their peers from participating. And this is another unintended consequence of a governmental program where bills aren't paid. They aren't giving their rental. You know, they sign these agreements to accept those, and then they don't get paid on time. A whole laundry list of problems out there, and I agree with Councilman Pelias. You know, we don't have any data. We consider ourselves a data-driven council, and yet we're looking at this saying there is no data to support this. We don't have any complaints. I haven't heard of anything, and that question's been asked to city staff. Has there been any complaints? Well, no, but this could happen sometime. There was another statistic saying that 53% of folks are still looking for housing, that we have a shortage of affordable housing. Well, I say to you that we have a shortage of housing all over San Antonio, not just in this category. We got more people coming into the city. We have a shortage of housing. We used to have a 6-month supply of housing out there. We're down to less than 3 now from the Greater San Antonio Builders Association. And there is a housing shortage. So I can see where people using vouchers trying to get into housing can't find it because it just does not exist out there. So all of that combined on this, I just got a real tough time voting for this item. It sounds like a good thing, but even at that, the penalties on this, I think, are way out of line with what we're talking about here. And yeah, it's for future developments, that kind of thing, but let's not forget that the owners of these developments, they have certain criteria, and yeah, guess what? They might not participate in programs with this, since this is being forced on them by getting city funds or state funds to build a development. That could very well happen. And what are we going to get from that? We're going to get even fewer affordable housing units here. There's a lot of demand for market rate housing out here. And so, yeah, this could limit the amount of affordable housing that's being built here in San Antonio. Remember, and I've said this many times before, when the government gets involved with something, there's normally unintended consequences. And this is another one that we can see that will have a backlash and, you know, create other problems for us in other areas. So I would say let's back off on this and let's wait, advertise it or whatever. If there are items like this in San Antonio, I don't like following other cities. Just because they're doing it, we have to do it here. That is not a San Antonio or even Texas way to govern and set policy for the way a city should go. That has no place here. So I agree with Councilman Pelias on everything else that he said. No data to support this, and I'm going to have a real tough time on supporting this on a vote. So thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember Perry. Councilmember Sandoval.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank, from the very beginning, the Mayor's Housing Policy Task Force and those additional committees that were created afterward for their work in finally bringing forward this policy. I truly appreciate it. I completely support it, and I'm glad to see it moving forward. I do have a couple of questions and comments I'd like to make, and I also want to thank Veronica, Vero, your team, and especially Ian Benavides for his diligence in getting back to me on every single question that I had. And I had a lot of questions about how this would be implemented. So thank you. First of all, I'd like to review with you this concept of layered funding that we've talked about in the past, about having, some funding coming from one element, another element. Can you tell me how this ordinance would play a role in the layered funding concept for housing?
Sure. So adopting the ordinance means that for future incentives, the language in those contracts, be they something CCDO does for a fee waiver, or something our department does for a grant award from the tax increment reinvestment zone, would in the agreements mention that the source of income discrimination ordinance applies to that incentive. And it could be the same development that is getting a fee waiver from CCDO and a grant award from the tax increment reinvestment zone. So the contracts are layered to make that one development happen. And each contract would have the language that says this is one of the things you have to abide by contractually to receive the funding. So when those incentives are layered, you do see someone coming for fee waivers, you see someone coming for a grant award from the HUD entitlements, sometimes from the TERS, and sometimes you also see the San Antonio Housing Trust, which incidentally also adopted a source of income discrimination as part of their much broader tenant protection policy 2-3 weeks ago. And so you see a development occur because they layer the different incentives. And so that's already in place. And the only ones that currently require this are the federal ones, so low-income housing tax credits, HUD entitlement funding, home, and CDBG require it at the federal level. It's a federal word, phrase. But the others, the local fee waivers, the tax increment reinvestment zone, do not. And the San Antonio Housing Trust, unless it's a low-income housing tax credit development, does not by itself. But this would allow it, when they are layered, to apply for those contracts.
Great, and now the housing trust will require it, even if it's not a LIHTC
Correct.
property. Great, so to me this sounds like a tool that helps our dollars that we invest in housing go further in terms of affordability. The other, so that's what you've described. The other thing I wanted to bring up is, what is the funding source for these vouchers? Is that federal funding, or is that state funding, or local dollars?
So for the most part, these are federal programs. The biggest program is the Housing Choice Voucher. The housing authorities locally are the biggest implementers, but they're not the only ones that provide vouchers. We have vouchers, which focus on veterans. And we have other smaller providers of vouchers, like American GI Forum, for example. And so those are federally funded programs. And the federal regulations for governing how and who and what is required are those federal laws.
Great. So it sounds to me like if we want to get the most out of federal funding, we would ensure that there's a way that that federal funding can be used in San Antonio. And by not ensuring that, we're kind of letting that federal money go and be used elsewhere.
That's correct.
Okay, great. Another question I have for you. My understanding is the trust adopted this policy, which I was also very glad to see, and that they considered, or maybe they already did, talk to previous developers that had previous agreements with the trust prior to the adoption of this policy to discuss the possibility of them falling under this, and how did that go?
So yes, those conversations did happen with our partner, the San Antonio Housing Trust, as they were developing their tenant protection policy. They did have conversations for those developments that are already in the ground. And I believe all but one of the property owners, landowners of those developments agreed to follow this without having to renegotiate their own contracts. The policy they adopted, like the one proposed here today, is only going to apply for developments that come forward in the future, but they did have those conversations, and again, all but one of the current contracts that they have agreed that they would abide by the spirit of the source of income discrimination policy.
Thank you. That's great news to hear. And I'd like to know if we're considering doing that for on our end, on the city side, for entities that already have an agreement with us, maybe they've already got apartments built, if they would consider also complying with the spirit of this ordinance.
We have not considered that yet because, again, we wanted this to apply going forward so that the rules, if you will, for incentives are clear from the beginning. Mm-hmm. So we have not considered that.
Is there a reason the trust did and we didn't, and we wouldn't?
We can talk more with the trust about their process. They also have a more limited portfolio, but we'll talk and figure out what the answer was for them and come back to you.
And I do want to add that if it's a federally funded project, so if it includes a HUD loan, LIHTC, or CDBG funds, they already apply. Mm-hmm. And so we're talking about a very few that don't have any federal or housing trust funding in it, but we can go and ask them.
Right, like some of the C-CHIP funding that was approved in the past, I would like to see us at least approach them. Again, there is obviously no obligation on their part to comply, but how would we move forward on making sure that request was made?
We'll reach out to all of the C-CHIP projects that don't have federal or housing trust dollars and ask.
Okay, thank you very much, Lori. And then lastly, there's just something I want to highlight for my colleagues and even ask you some advice on this is the term you're using, source of income discrimination, and so I just feel like if we don't ask the others, we're sort of implying that they're discriminating by income source. But I want to talk about something very real, which is there is in some of our neighborhoods this type of discrimination. I remember when there were a proposal to build some LIHTC properties in my district, I heard a lot of concerns and derogatory discussions about people who might live in subsidized housing, and I heard the term, not everybody said this, right, but a few people used the term, it's Section 8 housing, and even though the LIHTC properties technically are not Section 8 housing,
correct.
I think that even if we pass this today, we still have a much bigger burden about income discrimination and rental discrimination in our community. And I don't know if any of your committees are working on that right now. Could you tell us